Audio check. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. 25 past. We'll resume. I know that we haven't got Mr. Morehouse here from PCAA. Is there anybody here from PCAA? Do we know if Mr. Morehouse is intending to be here this afternoon? Ooh.
He's not intending to be here this afternoon, no. He's returning tomorrow morning.
Well, that, okay, thank you for that. I mean, I won't go into the detail as he's not here, but there was the document that we received this morning, the addendum to Dr. Alex Chapman's evidence. I won't, but I was going to go through our initial views on that document and then ask Mr. Humphreys for his views on it. I won't go through the detail, but suffice it to say that we are very concerned about the nature of the document, and obviously when he is able to be here, I can explain why. It's both the timing of the document, its content in relation to whether this particular witness, Dr. Chapman, has given this sort of evidence before, and there are various other matters that have led to our concern. I was intending that we would have a discussion on it, but obviously we can't do that if Mr. Morehouse isn't here. In brief, Mr. Humphreys, what's your very summary feeling on it?
My summary feeling is that insofar as the document has a correction on a socio-economic thing, I have absolutely no problem with that at all. It's a little bit late, but no problem on that.
Yeah.
But the first part of it seems to be, you know, as you can see from the title section 2.4, forecasting implications. Yeah. Well, the forecasting topic is about to close at the end of Mr. Brass's evidence. Dr. Chapman is not a forecaster. He doesn't purport to have any experience or expertise in that, and you know, it is very unfair, it seems to me, that type of evidence should be produced at this time, late, after the topic is closed, and by a person who's not an expert in that field. So, you know, I do have considerable misgivings, which, when Mr. Morehouse is here, I would express.
I think it's fair to say that our concerns are not dissimilar. I think the only other comment I'd make is that I'm not going to be able to pronounce this, corrections, thank you. The corrections part at the end, number 3, also seemed to us to go rather beyond factual corrections. So I'm not sure that we're too happy with that either. But let's not take it any further now. We obviously need Mr. Morehouse here to talk about it, but certainly we are concerned as to the fairness of accepting this late evidence and the implications for that. But I think we'll park that one for now until Mr. Morehouse is here. But I'd like to deal with that first thing tomorrow when we resume, please. So if you could pass the message on to Morehouse, that it'd be very useful if he could be here. So, putting that aside, sorry, bear with me just one moment. I was expecting a debate on that, which now isn't forthcoming. Right, okay. Then moving on, Mr. Humphreys, to your witness.
Yes, sir. And you see Mr. Brass there, also in stereo, and I'll just briefly introduce him. And so you should have the proof of evidence and the rebuttal proof of evidence from Mr. Brass. And sorry, Mr. Brass, we have to go through this sort of cycle. Are you Mr. Brass?
I am indeed Mr. Brass.
Thank goodness for that. Mr. Brass, it's section 1.1 of your proof of evidence. You set out your qualifications and experience, and I'm not going to take you to any of that in detail. Suffice it to say, you know, you have over 20 years experience in the industry. One of your specialisms is forecasting. You've worked with a number of airports, and you've been very closely involved, indeed one of the authors of the forecasting report and the economic impact assessment. Is that correct?
That is all correct, yes.
Thank you. Well, so you don't need any more than that, I take it. Mr. Brass, what I'm going to try and do in the evidence in chief is just touch on one or two general contextual things, and then I'm going to try and focus on what I understand following the cross-examination of Mr. Foley are now the remaining areas where there is some dispute between the forecasting experts. So firstly, some contextual things. I'd just like to first of all get you to explain particular circumstances relating to Bristol Airport and its performance. So we've had this morning quite a lot of stuff on UK aviation generally, but Bristol Airport. So let's go to, I think it'll be section section 2.8 in your evidence, and on page 20, Bristol Airport's catchment performance and historic performance. And just explain to the inspectors the particular characteristics of the catchment, the performance of the airport in the past, and what that tells you about the likely performance of the airport in terms of passenger growth into the future.
Sure, yeah, no problem. I mean, I think obviously we spoke with Mr. Foley yesterday quite a lot about sort of the fundamental drivers of air traffic, and I think it's fair to say that we came to a large degree of agreement, and it's around economic growth, and it's around population growth, it's around fare and things that are relatively well known. But yes, certainly I think it's worth trying to put what's happened at Bristol and Bristol's catchment into that context. And I think perhaps if we sort of turn to page 21, first of all, and maybe have a look at figure 6, first of all, which I think is a sort of fairly long-term trend on Bristol Airport and its passenger throughput starting in about 1998 and going through to 2019. I want to make a very simple point about this, really. Bristol Airport has been a very successful regional airport. There's no doubts about that. It has grown rapidly through the 2000s, taking advantage of the low-cost model, and obviously particularly the growth of EasyJet at the airport. We've then had obviously the global financial crisis in 2008-9 period, and the one year in which it's dropped is 2009. That is the only year it's declined over that entire period. After that, it started to grow again steadily, and through to 2019, when it reached around 9 million passengers per annum. Obviously, 2020 has been a bit different, but we all know the reasons for that one. And then just in terms of sort of its relative performance, how's it done compared to everybody else in the region, in the UK, it's worth having a quick look at figure 7 as well. And I think, again, the message is quite clear. It demonstrates quite clearly that Bristol Airport is a successful, growing airport. It's grown faster than the UK as a whole. It's grown faster than all of the other airports within the southwest, and indeed South Wales, if we're including Cardiff as well. And it has performed extremely well over that time period. And I think it's fair to say, it's the only significant player within the southwest and South Wales region in terms of airports actually located within the region. The other thing I just wanted to point to quickly was figure 8, which shows something slightly different, which is actually the passenger demand served from the southwest at what are called continuously surveyed airports. I mean, people may remember this came up yesterday, that the CA passenger survey is done intermittently about every 3 to 4 years at different airports. But there are some airports, and mainly the London airports, Manchester, East Midlands and Birmingham, which are all surveyed every single year. So it's quite interesting just to look at the trend in those airports in terms of what their passengers they're handling from the southwest. And again, it shows growth over time. So obviously there's a strong underlying catchment area in there. But I think it's also worth noting that sort of towards the end of that period, it is flattening off. I think that's probably showing that actually Bristol is beginning to claw back passenger traffic from some of these other airports, in line with what would be expected. Some of these airports are quite heavily constrained, as we know. And indeed, I think it's probably fair to say that it shows the sort of the concept which is within government policy, particularly about trying to maximise regional airports and their ability to serve their own markets and claw back the London system to take pressure off the South East in action.
And is it, you have, I think, a pie chart somewhere that talks about the Southwest market and which airports are
Indeed, I do,
serving
yes.
it, which sort of illustrates that
point.
point. Is it worth drawing attention
It is
to
indeed,
that
I think.
Sorry, Mr. Bass, just to interrupt. Can you speak a bit more into your microphone?
Oh, sorry, I do
Apparently,
apologise. No,
people are
I do
struggling.
apologise.
Thank
Hang
you.
on, let me just sort of shuffle in a little bit. There we are.
I think it's on page
It's page 60.
60, isn't
That's
it?
figure 16. I mean, this shows, again, it's CAA passenger survey data for 2019, but it also includes some CAA statistics data for airports, including Exeter and Newquay and Bournemouth, which are not surveyed in that year, so they're not in the survey base. So to ensure we are making sure that they are there and we understand their contribution, we have included them within this analysis. It's important to point out that we've had to assume we don't know better than this, that all of their traffic has come from within South West and South Wales. But I think what this shows is Bristol is by far the single largest player in the market, 37% of traffic. The next largest sort of group, as it were, is the London airports. They take up 40% of traffic otherwise. And the other airports in the South West and South Wales, which, as I said, are quite considerably smaller, together, collectively, only make up about 19%. And there's a few other airports, obviously, such as Birmingham and East Midlands, for instance, which take up a small amount, about 4% of the market. So I think this is sort of painting a picture of, obviously, a strong, successful airport, which is very important to its catchment area. It is the primary provider of connectivity within that area. It's the primary mover in that market. And I think probably it's also worth touching on a little bit about why. Why is this the case? And I'm sorry, I'm leaping about slightly, but if we could just...
Just before we leave that one,
Yeah,
sorry,
sure.
Mr. Brass, and sorry to interrupt you. Just looking at that pie chart, you remember yesterday I discussed with Mr. Foley some of the government policy and a number of documents that talked about the southeast England airports becoming increasingly capacity constrained, and the role that regional airports would need to play to relieve that type of pressure. Looking at the figure 16 pie chart, knowing what we do about the constraints in the London airport system, and then looking forward, what does that tell us about the role that, for example, Bristol will need to play moving forward?
It tells you that within the southwest and for the South Wales area as well, potentially, Bristol needs to step up and be the dominant airport for that area. If it is going to if that piece of government policy around relieving the southeast and sort of serving and airports making best use of their runways, if that is to occur, it is within this region, it is Bristol that needs to do that.
And then I interrupted you, and you were, I think, moving to Bristol in relation to the other airports in the Southwest and South Wales, so please
Sorry, yes, of course.
continue with that.
I mean, I've actually just wanted to sort of pop briefly, if I could, in terms of, sort of why it might be that Bristol's done so well. I think it's sort of, if we look at pages 23 and 24 of my proof, I think this is this brings us back to what we were talking about yesterday in terms of these fundamental drivers of air transport growth. I think if we look at sort of figure 9, first of all, we can see there gross value added, which is a sort of a regionalised version of GDP in the west of England and southwest, and versus the UK, and indeed the UK excluding London as well. And what we can see is the west of England, so sort of the immediate sort of 4 local authority areas around the airport, has outperformed the whole of the UK, including London. Within the southwest, it is obviously slightly below London, but then there are areas of the southwest, particularly in the far southwest, which are less economically successful. Even that sort of the sort of whole southwest level is still outperforming the UK if you exclude London. So over the years, there's been a strong growing economy to support the airport and to generate demand for the airport.
And over the page, figure 11, because you have explained that population growth is an important part of meeting demand, and you'll remember with Dr. Capstick yesterday, he made the point that he wasn't saying you should stop people from flying, but in a context where capacity is constrained, what do the population projections tell us about the numbers of people who, if you like, will be available to fly from the southwest in the future?
I mean, this obviously figure 11 gives you some population projections, as you say, for the UK, the southwest, and the west of England. These are Office for National Statistics figures. They clearly show that the southwest is expected to grow substantially more than the UK. It's difficult to tell exactly from the line, but I believe from memory that by 2030, population is supposed to have grown by about 8% within the southwest, and the west of England is supposed to have grown actually even slightly faster than that, and be at about 9% by that time. So again, this shows that if we've looked backwards, GVA has been strong, it's been a strong performing economy, but if we're looking forwards as well, and obviously population is going to grow, there's going to be more people there, and ultimately there is obviously a very strong link between population growth and GDP growth. So we would expect there to continue to be strong economic growth into the future through the southwest. And I think, I suppose the other point to note, just if we take a step back a page, sorry, and just go to figure 10, and I think this is an important point as well in terms of particularly propensity to fly. What we can see here is GVA per capita in the west of England and southwest. And again, what we can see is that the city of Bristol particularly is relatively affluent compared to the UK as a whole. And sort of the Bath and North Somerset and South Gloucestershire area is very much sort of in line with the overall UK GVA per capita. So the areas sort of around the airport are wealthy and getting wealthier, I think it's fair to say. I mean, the southwest, as we said, is slightly behind that, is largely driven by some of the sort of less economically successful areas in the far southwest. So again, this is going to give us, moving forward, confidence that there's going to be a strong economy, a growing population, and economic growth to try and support future demand growth at the airport.
So some others have said, well, look, you don't need to provide capacity at Bristol because, look, there are a number of other airports in South Wales and the South West. Are they alternatives? Are they substitutes for growth at Bristol?
No, I mean, I think that's safe to say. I mean, I think, as we've already touched on, they are much, much smaller. I mean, if I can just sort of borrow my socio-economic rebuttal briefly, if we look at page 64, we've got the 2019 CAA statistics for, I mean, I don't suggest everyone disappears there unless they're desperately willing to, because it's not really a complicated matter, as it were. And I do apologise, the print quality is not brilliant. Sorry, we're on page 64, my socio-economics rebuttal. It's a fairly uncontroversial table. It's taken straight from the CAA statistics for 2019. And I mean, all I was going to sort of highlight was that Cardiff Airport is the largest of the other airports within the South West and South Wales. That handled in 29 about 1.6 million passengers. Exeter, obviously a little bit to the south, obviously just over 1 million. Bournemouth around, I can't read that, it's about 800 and odd thousand. So, and Newquay down at about 460,000. So these airports are ultimately much smaller than Bristol, and that has implications. Their route networks are smaller. The markets for those services around each of the airports are smaller, less mature, and I think it's fair to say that they are only able to really support a limited number of relatively sort of core domestic and core leisure routes, and in many cases, I suppose, I mean, the exception you might say is the Doha service from Cardiff, obviously, but as a generality, that it seems to be a fair point. And I think the other point is they're peripheral. I mean, Newquay is very much down in the far southwest. Cardiff itself is really a substantial way from many parts of the UK, and a large quantity of its catchment area, would have to say, is in the sea. So it is ultimately peripheral. They have limited catchments, and as we've already demonstrated through that sort of pie chart we looked at earlier, their market share is ultimately limited. They are not ever going to be the driving force in the southwest. And the other point is at the moment is, I think has been made by others, is all these airports have capacity now, but they're not at capacity. They're not. People aren't using them. Ultimately, they are simply not an attractive option for travellers.
Let's then, unless there's anything else on that, let's move on
to just talk briefly about some of the
outputs, I suppose, from the air traffic
Sorry to interrupt, Ms.
forecasting. No, not at all.
Ms. Beth, you had your hand up.
I have, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm having awful trouble hearing the reference pages from Mr. Brass. If it could be repeated, that would be useful.
Apologies, I will...
And I'm not the only one around here at the back.
Okay, I do apologise. I'll try and be clearer.
Thank you.
So outputs from air traffic forecasting, and the inquiry by now is very familiar with the concept of the core forecast and fast growth and slow growth, and you've made clear your position on likelihood of fast growth. You know, very briefly, to what extent on those kind of really big picture things, first of all, is there agreement between yourself and Mr. Foley?
I mean, I think we established yesterday that in terms of sort of the core forecast, both Mr. Foley and I consider that to be the most likely forecast. We are in agreement in terms of sort of the spread, as it were, between fast and slow growth. I think it's fair to say again that I certainly consider slow growth to be more likely than fast growth, and I think we established yesterday that Mr. Foley would agree with that based on his comments at sort of paragraph 4.9 of his proof of evidence around his acceptance of our use of sort of low downside risks. In terms of the high, sort of the faster growth case, I do apologize. I mean, as we've already said, I think we have to say that we do consider that less likely now. We don't consider it to be completely implausible. It might happen, but I think we have to say that it is certainly, in terms of reaching 10 million passengers per annum, very unlikely. To Mr. Devas's point this morning, I mean, I don't think we can rule it out absolutely, and I think that would be foolish, but I think it's fair to say that we consider it very unlikely now, certainly in terms of 10, and I think probably 12 is challenging as well.
And then moving on from those headline figures, the headline figures dealt with in section 3.4 of your evidence, the growth to 12 mppa, Ms. Beth took the inquiry to table 1 earlier with Mr. Davis, but you then have a section from paragraph 3.4.7, air traffic forecast outputs for the environmental assessments, and we can see them listed there: air traffic movements, busy day timetables, fleet mix, etc., etc., etc. I'm not going to get you to go through them all individually, but I'd just like you to explain to the inspectors this point about the sensitivity of those, what I'll call detailed forecasts or sub-forecasts, that their sensitivity to precisely when 12 MPPA happens, because they are the inputs to the environmental impact assessment, as we know. So just talk the inspectors through that.
Sure, yeah. I think, again, obviously, we talked with Mr. Foley about this quite a bit yesterday, and I think in some ways Mr. Foley sort of summed it up quite well, really, in that a 12 million passenger per airport, million passenger per annum airport will look much the same at any given point in time. The diurnal profile isn't really going to change. People are still going to want to fly at the same time of day. We're still moving the same number of passengers. It's still 12 million passengers. That is simply not going to change. They're not going to get bigger or smaller or something like that. They are going to be the same. They're going to want to travel at the same times of day. The types of destinations they are likely to want to travel to aren't likely to change enormously. As Mr. Foley himself pointed out quite correctly, that the airline operating models at Bristol are not going to change significantly. And I think we made the particular point about EasyJet, Ryanair, and indeed Jet2 as well. I mean, they are all LCCs. They all have this fundamental driver on their business model, which is about the utilisation of aircraft. They want to leave early in the morning. They want to get through their rotations each day, and they want to come back at night. Their model works, and what they are able to do in terms of offering reasonable low fares to passengers works because they need high utilisation of aircraft, which is exactly the same point that Mr. Foley made yesterday, and I would entirely agree with him.
So does the introduction of Jet2, for example, change or materially change, the busy day profile or the 92-day movements or the night movements or average ranges or any of those?
I mean, in our view, no. Obviously, I think Jet2 is still a point of difference for us to some degree, but I think what we did establish yesterday was that we had agreement in terms of the methodology and that those things do not change significantly with time. I think what obviously does change over time is the fleet mix. In fact, the types of aircraft being operated by different airlines does change over time. If I can, Mr. Foley has a very useful table in his proof at page 5, table 1. Sorry, it's page 5, table 1 in Mr. Foley's proof. If we all get that, thank you. Sorry, I'm now
Can you
myself.
just pause a second whilst we get that up?
Sure, of course.
Bear with me, sorry. Which page are we on?
Sorry, on page 5, bottom of the page, table 1.
Yep.
And I think this makes the point quite nicely that actually fleets change incrementally. They don't change massively from year to year. They do change, and as Mr. Foley shows, they're changing towards the next generation aircraft over time. But you don't retire a huge number of aircraft at one go and bring in a huge number of aircraft at one time. You retire them as they get to particular ages and introduce new aircraft into the fleet. You manage your fleet change. You need different aircraft sizes for different markets to make sure that you're meeting your own load factor targets. So this is an incremental change. I mean, I entirely agree that this change will happen, and it does take time. And that we've already stated that obviously that sometimes if you are in the for instance in the faster growth scenario, you might end up with some older aircraft compared to the core case, and similarly in the slower growth case you will end up with slightly more new generation aircraft. But fundamentally, a year here and there does not make a significant difference.
So we'll come back to that, because I want to bring you back to fleet mix, because that is one of the principal issues. But in relation to these detailed forecasts, then is there a degree of agreement between yourself and Mr. Foley, and if so, what?
Yes, I mean, I think there is. I think what we established yesterday, that if we leave aside the Jet 2 fleet mix moment for the moment, which I accept is still a point of difference, I think we agreed that the approach to the ATM forecast is appropriate. We agreed the approach to the busy day timetable was appropriate. We agreed that the approach to the fleet mix prior to Jet 2 Jet 2's announcement was appropriate, and we agreed that. Similarly, the 92-day movements and the fleet mix, night movements and QC. Mr. Foley hasn't commented on average range, so I'm assuming he doesn't have a problem, but I would imagine it's probably fairly uncontroversial at the end of the day anyway. And similarly, he has not commented on surface origins and destinations, or indeed passenger displacement, so I'm assuming there is no challenge there.
So let's move on now. I want to, having dealt with some of those things by way of general background, I want now to try and focus on some of the areas where there is disagreement between yourself and Mr. Foley. And the first of those is, I suppose, elasticities of demand, and obviously there are elasticities of demand for, you know, UK leisure, international leisure, UK business, international business, and so on. Can you just help the inspectors by trying to identify the specific area where there appears to be some difference between yourself?
As I understand it, at the moment, our point of difference here is business elasticities, and it solely relates to business elasticities, as I understand it.
Well, sorry, go on.
Mr. Foley, as far as I'm aware, has not challenged our leisure elasticities, correction. He hasn't challenged our leisure elasticities, and by extension, he's not challenged the Department for Transport leisure elasticities, as we are using the same ones.
So we'll come back in a few minutes, I think, to business growth and business forecasts, but I just want to focus first on the concept of these elasticities. Can you just explain for the inspectors what these elasticities are? We looked yesterday at the DFT 2017 forecast. We saw in CD 6.2 the discussion of those. We know that a lot of the data was collected between, I think, 84 and 2008, although used in a report for 2017. So start, if you would. I mean, the inspectors may all be experts in elasticity of demand, I don't know, but just sort of start off by explaining to the inspectors what these relationships are, what they are, and how they work, and then we can sort of examine it a bit.
An elasticity is a concept in economics. It is a measurement of the reactiveness of an output to a particular input. It is, if you wish to calculate one, you would look at the percentage change in the output and divide it by the percentage change in the input. Apologies, I am an economist, and therefore I'm very bad at explaining those things, but I hope that is clear. The point is that they are a measure of reactiveness. Is probably the best way of putting it. So in this, I mean, these measures can be used for all sorts of different things. It's not just demand forecasting. They have uses in a wide range of fields, ultimately. What we're using here, primarily, is two types of elasticity. An elasticity to economic growth. So if the economy grows by 1%, how much does air travel grow? 1.52, whatever it might be. We're also using a elasticity to airfares. So we're saying over time, cost of travel may well change. So what does that mean? So we're saying, okay, if airfares rise by 1%, how much does demand drop by? And obviously these are quite important sort of concepts, and I think they are well accepted. They are fundamental to long-term forecasting. Otherwise, frankly, we're just sticking your finger in the air and hoping for the best.
And the DFT, in its 2017 report, examined the data. We went through it yesterday, and again, as we went through, looked at other academic research, and its own work was peer-reviewed and so on, to come up with some elasticities. Now, to what extent are those appropriate representations of the long-term relationship between the various factors that you've described?
I mean, I would describe them as probably the most comprehensive piece of analysis of the elasticity of air travel to economic growth and airfares that there is available.
And again, you'll have heard a number of the witnesses. Mr. Davis this morning touched on some of these concepts of, market maturity, technological changes, those sorts of things. Do the elasticities, does the modelling take account of those things? And if it does, how does it do that?
It does, yes, absolutely. I think we all recognise that markets mature, our society changes, ultimately. The way we use technology is a prime example. As we discussed with Mr. Foley yesterday, there have been a massive number of changes in technology over the last 2-3 decades. We talked about Google, we talked about the iPhone, email, PDFs, the internet, all sorts of things, ultimately. There have been massive changes. So, yes, we would expect some change in elasticities over time. And the Department for Transport does deal with that. It does it through what it calls market maturity adjustments, which essentially reduce the reactiveness of air traffic growth to economic growth over time. So it's saying that we are getting less sensitive to economic growth over time. And I think this is actually a very important point. I mean, Mr. Foley raised it yesterday that as forecasters, we need to look forward as well as look backward. And I think it's a fair point. We do need to look forward as well as backward. We do need to learn from the past because that's what we have. That's the evidence base that we have. But we do need to look forward as well. So the concept of market maturity and this slow adjustment of elasticity downwards over time is trying to reflect those societal changes, those changes in attitudes, the increasing use of technology. It's those very concepts that we're trying to understand at this point.
And there's been a certain amount of discussion over the course of the inquiry so far about current passenger throughput and how that is suppressed by travel restrictions. I mentioned before the Coronavirus Act 2020 and its regulations, Public Health Act 84 and so on. Is what we're seeing at the moment in terms of actual passenger numbers, is that a reflection of demand to fly?
No. No.
And therefore, in that context, if one is trying to look at the relationship between price and demand, or economic growth and demand, what, if anything, do the current restrictions and the suppression of throughput, What does that tell you, if anything, about the long-term elasticities of demand?
Absolutely nothing. You can't see demand at the moment. There's nothing you could do about that to try and make that analysis. I mean, if you tried to look at economic growth versus passenger throughput over the last 18 months, you just wouldn't find a relationship at present, because there is no relationship there. You cannot see demand. All you can see at the moment is the very few people who can travel, and that is very, very limited by the travel restrictions.
I want to move you on to a slightly different point now, which is, again, another point that was touched on by Mr. Foley. I think in the context of elasticity, so we're still looking at this concept of whether the DFT elasticities are an appropriate tool for forecasting. Talked about COVID just now. Brexit and migrant labour. Obviously, at the beginning of this year, we had the end of the transition period, and the United Kingdom obviously withdrew from the European Union at the end of January last year, but we had the transition period for 11 months. In your view, does that have any effect on this relationship between price and propensity to fly?
No, it doesn't.
Why?
Ultimately, again, Brexit and migrant labour it's quite difficult to explain this sensibly, that we're talking about a long-run relationship between economic growth and air traffic demand, which we deal with by in our work by the use of sort of Brexit has reflected slower economic growth rates. Migrant labour demand is a short-term issue. There's been a change in the accessibility of the market. It's not reflected in those elasticities. Those people simply cannot come, or it is much more difficult for them to come. It is not to do with the relationship between economic growth and demand.
And within that context, I asked Mr. Foley, directly the question on this. What is the suggestion that because of Brexit, that we're not going to get to 12 million passengers in 2030, and we readily agreed that was robust. So, in that context, that we are getting to 12 million passengers in 2030, does the fact that we have left the European Union, and therefore the arrangements under which EU nationals who are not resident in the UK, they don't have settled status, might come to work in the UK, and obviously they can apply to, but does that tell us anything useful about elasticities of demand?
No, it does not.
Well, and the final thing on elasticities of demand I just want to explore with you is just the points that have been made by Mr. Foley and some others about technology and video and things like that, video conferencing. You touched on this slightly before, but I just want to bring you back to it as a specific topic. We all know that just under 18 months ago, we hadn't used, or I hadn't used, Teams and Zoom, and I seem to have used it once. Used it rather a lot since. And it may be that some of that continues into the future. But again, does this affect these long-term elasticity, these relationships? You explained before that, of course, we've had many technological changes over the last 20, 30 years. is there any reason to believe that Teams or Zoom or their equivalents, it shouldn't be unfair to the others, will lead to a breakdown in this fundamental relationship?
No, I mean, I think, as we've already discussed, I mean, technology is constantly changing, and we've been becoming more connected as a society. We've used video conferencing, we've used conference calls, we've used email, we've used the internet. All of these things have been coming on for a long time. Zoom and Teams, sorry, I can't think of the other names of any other ones just at this moment, but yes, other products are available, clearly.
WebEx, I'm saying that on behalf of Cisco Systems.
They are evolutions of existing technology. That change in technology has been going on all the way through the time period on which the DFT analysis is based. And just as we've talked about the importance of looking forward just now, the same concept, this market maturity, reducing this reactiveness, is accounting for this technology moving forward. It's in the base there. It's in the base analysis already. That technological change has been happening, and it is in the base that's being analysed. And we are still continuing to adjust to that base moving forward through the use of market maturity assumptions.
I mean, I mentioned before when asking questions of people, things about the UK being now a very multicultural society, but you know, one of the points you make in your evidence is it's also a very globalized economy, and you know, we know from some of the policy documents, the Global Britain agenda. Within that context, is it plausible in your view that technology will mean that these fundamental relationships between economic growth and aviation break down?
No, I don't. I think what we're thinking about is you have a different form of growth moving forward. I mean, as you rightly said, the UK is a very highly globalised economy. It's, I think if we wanted to just sort of take a quick tour on a couple of things, it might be good. It's on in my proof on page 53. So, sorry, did everyone get that? On page 53 on figure 15. We've got the results of some analysis which is done by the COF Institute each year. They call it the COF Globalisation Index, and what we've got there is the line of what's been happening to the UK economy since about 1970, and you can see the clear upward trend. It's become slightly slower in recent years, but it's still there, it's still growing. We are still becoming a more globalised economy. And I think, again, we need to think about sort of the policy levers that are being pulled at the moment as well. I mean, it's CD 11. If we look at CD 1110, which is the Build Back Better document published by the Treasury. Sorry, did we get that CD 1110 on page 27? Let me just do that as well. I'll be there.
Which page?
Sorry, page 27. It's page 26 in the PDF, bizarrely. And if we look at bullet point 3 there, which is which is titled Global Britain, the UK's prosperity is built on our integration into the global economic and financial system. Following our exit from the European Union, we can also take advantage of the opportunities that come with our new status as a fully sovereign trading nation. We will role model free and fair trade, ensure the UK remains a leading destination for global investment, and support opportunities for trade and collaboration. I mean, it's 100% clear from that what the UK government's aspiration is in terms of the UK's role in the world. It's very much seen as a global Britain. And the policy levers will be put in place for that to happen. We are very much seen as a trading nation.
So I want to move, we touched on a number of different points that have been looking at elasticities and in particular business elasticities, and whether there are reasons why the DFT's elasticities may no longer be valid. I want to move on to a closely related but slightly different point now, which is the growth in business travel. And obviously the elasticities are part of this, but not the only part. So you deal with this in both your proof and your rebuttal proof. Can you just, again, sort of to introduce this topic, just explain to the inspectors for business travel now what the long-term drivers are?
Again, I mean, it's in terms of the DFT elasticities, the primary drivers are economic growth and fares. It is fair to say it's probably more weighted towards economic growth, and in some occasions in some parts of the world, and some parts of the world they're modelling, it's related to trade, as they're using as their income variable. But fundamentally, it is about economic growth.
And then there was quite a lot of debate on this point yesterday. In Mr. Foley's paragraph 416, he looked at CAA data for passenger surveys and looked in particular at the relationship between business and leisure in 2020 and 2019, and looked at some growth factors there, and his point was, look, leisure is twice as fast as business. In your rebuttal, you came back on that and said that that was inappropriate because he had ignored the low-cost bubble. So in your rebuttal, figure 1, we saw those figures, and when I asked Mr. Foley, was he predicting another low-cost bubble, he very fairly accepted that he wasn't, and he produced for us then a table that looked like that, and he, having told us in his original proof that it was appropriate to look at a longer trend of CAA data, he then proceeded in that table to look at some shorter term trends, so the four-year trends. First of all, before we come to the detail, but in your view, if one's trying to project...
Sorry to interrupt. Can you just speak into the microphone?
I'm
being
so
signalled
sorry.
from the back. Thank you.
This thing doesn't move very well. I'm sorry, Miss Beth. I'll try and... sorry? Mr. Clark, I'm also sorry to you as well. To be slightly higher, I'm on a swivel chair, but it's a chair that the wheels don't work very well. I don't have the deluxe version that Mr. Taylor has, and so I'm in danger of slipping off the chair. So I apologize. You keep correcting me, and the inspectors will tell me off. So we have these shorter term trends. So firstly, to what extent do you say it's appropriate when projecting forward to 2030 or thereabouts to use four-year trends in data?
It isn't, ultimately. It's a very short trend to be trying to infer any form of conclusion of.
And we see when we look at those very short-term trends, we get some short-term periods where you get very high relative percentage of leisure growth, and other periods where you get very high relative percentage of business growth. And in each case, where those particularly high trends are, one end of the analysis ends up in 2015.
Yes.
And Mr. Foley drew attention to the point that in 2015 there had been a high business percentage at Bristol Airport, but by 2019 he said, well, look, it's fallen, and therefore this shows that business demand is much lower. And I put to him, asked him whether he could tell us what had happened to a major airline during that period, and with a bit of prompting he accepted that BMI Regional had disappeared. Now, can you just talk us through that, what had happened, and why that, what effect that would have on the data and the relevance of the period over which one looks at the data?
Sure. I think it would be helpful if people have the spreadsheet that we distributed yesterday. Sorry, I apologize, I don't actually have the reference, the one with the BMI.
Yes, I'm not even sure it's got a reference, but it may do, but it's this one.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think what's happened here is clear. BMI regional airline, fairly heavily business focused. I think Mr. Foley mentioned he found some statistics that it carried around 66% of business traffic. We had a quick look overnight. I wouldn't disagree with that. Seems perfectly sensible. Then they've entered the market at Bristol in around 2012. I mean, you have to be a little bit careful though with these things in terms of tail ends of years, but I mean, substantively entered the market in 2013. They've obviously grown through to 2015, and then they've actually, and this is where the point in time where Mr. Foley has presented his data, which obviously gives us a business percentage of around 17% in that year. After that, the airline's continued to grow. It's grown up to around 2018, when it was getting on for 200,000 one-way seats. So it's a business-focused airline with a business-focused route network there. As we can see, I can see a number of useful connections with Brussels there, Düsseldorf, Frankfurt, Gothenburg, Hamburg, Hanover, Milan, Munich, probably not Nantes. Paris is obviously a key business centre as well, and also Toulouse with Airbus as well. Although I would note that that is a very small number, so that may be spurious, that one. But the others have got quite significant numbers there. So this airline has come in, it's improved the business connectivity available from Bristol Airport, it's attracted business passengers to travel from the airport, and that has pushed up the business percentage at the airport. Then, clearly, sadly, in 2019, things went a bit wrong for our friends at BMI Regional, and the airline collapsed on, I think it's the 16th of February. And as you can see, we've gone from having sort of nearly 200,000 one-way seats in 2018 to only 27,000 in 2019, which obviously would have been concentrated in the beginning part of the year. So at that point, with the airline collapsing, the airport will need to try and backfill those routes, try and replace them with another airline. But obviously that takes time. I mean, the example that leaps to mind is Lufthansa, who leapt up and said, yes, we would like to do the Frankfurt route, but weren't then scheduled to start until, for instance, March 2020. Obviously, that did not then happen because of the pandemic, but that was the plan. But ultimately, it does take time to replace these things. Yes, it is possible that some of these passengers may have used other airlines or travelled by other routes or may even have travelled by other airports. But the fundamental point is that what we see there is the loss of an important business-focused airline with a business-focused network at Bristol. And all of a sudden, our business passenger percentage at the airport has dropped.
So, you've explained that particular feature of the 2 years, 2015, 2019. You pointed out yourself, as we can see in Mr. Foley's table, you looked at longer-term ranges, 2008 to 2019 and 2012 to 2019. We can see in the bottom half of Mr. Foley's table the percentages there. We know your own percentages that you've used, or which are implicit in your forecast, lie somewhere in the range. You know, with having heard Mr. Foley's points, what do you want to tell the inspectors about the appropriateness or otherwise of your figures?
I would say that we clearly need to discount the 2000 to 2019 figure. I mean, as we discussed yesterday in the low-cost bubble, the massive decline in airfares at that time, the massive rise of Ryanair and EasyJet, means that is not a safe period to look at. Therefore, I've looked at two longer time series, 2008 to 2019 and 2012 to 2019. 2008 to 2019, right at the end of the low-cost bubble, before the global financial crisis, going through to 2019. In some ways, in terms of going sort of almost from peak to peak, as it were, I would view that as almost the most appropriate one to look at. I think that's fair to say. 2012 to 2019, I think is a useful one. Clearly, UK GDP was back to pre-recession levels by then. The economy had recovered. But there may have been an element of recovery still in the air transport market at that point. That may well be true. But I think the important point in both cases, whichever one you look at, is business travel is growing slightly faster than leisure travel.
And Mr. Foley's point, we know, is a direct input to Mr. Ciro's socioeconomic evidence, which we come to in the next topic. To what extent then is Mr. Foley's inputs to Mr. Ciro's evidence appropriate ones that could be properly relied upon?
They aren't.
Next topic, still on this point about recovery or business growth. It's again another point that Mr. Foley touches on, doesn't make a lot of, but touches on routes for growth or business growth. Again, just get you briefly to comment on that. And I notice in your original proof of evidence, table 8, which is on page 56, you set out some of the new destinations added to Bristol Airport's route network since 2011. Clearly, some of those may have been BMI regional routes, and you've just touched on that. But to what extent is Bristol Airport an airport that is capable of supporting business routes and a wide range of business routes?
Well, I think this demonstrates that it is. The way it has grown is it's always added city destinations, as we can see from that table. As you rightly point out, some of them are BMI regional ones and have gone again. But we would expect those ultimately to come back at some point. If the market demand is there, we would expect them to come back. And I think I think in some ways what we're saying is ultimately, we're not saying the airport is about to change in character massively and become hugely business focused. We are saying that it will continue to do largely as it has always done, which is add useful business destinations. We know that Lufthansa are expecting to restart shortly. I've also been just sort of looking, I think Mr. Foley made a point yesterday that most of the core leisure routes were covered, and indeed there were quite a number of cities covered. But there wasn't much else to go at, but just sort of having a quick sort of look down the list of things that might be missing at the moment. I've got Zurich, Oslo, Munich, Hamburg, Sofia, Istanbul, Stuttgart. These are all European city destinations which would be useful for business travellers. I mean, I'd also say that North Somerset Council itself seems to be expecting a degree of improved business connectivity from the airport. I mean, I would note that it's on in my rebuttal proof on pages 11 and 12. I've got two extracts from the Junction 21 rather, enterprise area website, which obviously is supported by North Somerset Council, and quite clearly within the marketing materials for those for the enterprise area
11
identifies
and 12 of your forecasting or your socio-economic.
forecasting. I think unless I've got my reference wrong, which I may have done, I will check just a second.
Yeah, it is. Forecasting.
It is forecasting. Thank you.
Thank you.
It quite clearly identifies Bristol Airport as an important connectivity asset to support companies wanting to locate at Junction 21. And indeed, it actually goes on to cite a number of the important city routes that the airport serves. I mean, just sort of leaping ahead faintly as well, I mean, I think Mr. Ciro has a very useful table in his proof of evidence on page 24 at figure 4.1, I do apologise. Where he's shown regular destinations served from Bristol Airport in 2019. And sort of just looking along the list there, I've got Amsterdam, Dublin, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Belfast, Geneva, Newcastle, Barcelona, Paris, Krakow to a degree possibly, Madrid, Rome, Milan, Aberdeen, Prague, Berlin and Brussels. I would count all of those as important European cities with potential value to business travellers. And it should be pointed out that business travellers aren't just about new routes. They are also about existing routes. Market demand can grow on an existing route just as it could on a new route.
So moving on then to a different point. So we were talking about those trends in business travel and growth and the reasons why Mr. Foley was saying we had overestimated the number of business passengers as a proportion of the 12 million. He accepted the 12 million, but thought there would be fewer business passengers, presumably more leisure. Busy day timetable. I asked Mr. Foley a number of questions about this in the context of Jet 2, and we sort of touched on it before. But again, where has the ball stopped rolling on busy day timetable?
We've agreed that the busy day timetable, the approach that we've used is appropriate, and Mr. Foley is happy with that approach. And we've established that Jet 2, as an LCC, which is obviously not identical to Ryanair and EasyJet, but of a very, very similar nature and with similar characteristics, would not significantly affect that busy day timetable.
So then fleet mix, and again, this is another of the Jet 2 points. Perhaps you could just start by explaining to the inspectors the point about the long-term forecast, the econometric forecasts, and the extent to which they are intended to be airline specific.
Well, the answer to that is, as we discussed yesterday with Mr. Foley, is they aren't airline specific. Long-term forecasting, I mean, beyond sort of 3 to 4, maybe 5 if you're lucky, years, you would not generally try to be specific about individual airlines. You think about the world more in terms of segments of traffic, simply because it isn't possible to predict sensibly that far out on an airline-specific basis. And Mr. Foley agreed that point.
And in your forecasts, have you, on that basis, however, still made some allowance for older aircraft types that one would expect to be flying in 2030 or the other potential assessment dates?
Yes, we have. I mean, our fleet mix is not an airline-specific fleet mix. We know, obviously, who's at Bristol Airport. We know the nature of their operations. We know the aircraft they use. We know their fleet, something about their fleet plans. And as we spoke about a bit yesterday, we have spoken to those airlines about their future plans and and their feelings about Bristol and their commitment to the airport and things of that nature. So, but we haven't tried to tie it down to an individual airline, simply because by 2030 we can't sensibly do that. We can't make a judgment of accurately on that in that regard. What we've tried to do is get to a sensible mix between current generation aircraft and new generation aircraft. And in that regard, we have left about 9,710 current generation aircraft movements within the fleet mix. The purpose of that allowance, because as we've already seen a little bit earlier from Mr. Foley's Table 1 within his proof, we are expecting the major airlines that are operating at Bristol Airport now, Ryanair and EasyJet, the two largest airlines at the moment, to be largely operating new generation aircraft by around 2030. We've left an allowance in there for current generation aircraft precisely for the reason that somebody like Jet2 might come along. We can't necessarily predict that they wouldn't, we can't necessarily predict exactly who that might be, but we know that somebody might come along who wishes to operate older aircraft. So that is why there is an allowance in there for it.
Now, again, I'll try and sort of cut through the various iterations, but we obviously had our fleet mix in the original forecasting reports. Mr. Foley, in his evidence, produced his own fleet mix. You then produced a rebuttal to that, and in particular in paragraph 4.2.1, I think, made a number of specific points. Mr. Foley then produced a short addendum note at the end of last week in which he made corrections to his 2030 fleet mix, and I took him through those yesterday. So perhaps the easiest way to sort of cut through all the iterations is to look at that document. And Mr. Foley's clearly made a number of changes in response to your point. So I think I'm particularly interested in the other things, the other places where he hasn't, or the other adjustments that he's made to his what he's called his updated fleet mix in that table, and your comments on the appropriateness of those other changes.
Okay, I mean, I think sort of a couple of sort of points first of all, I suppose. Just again to reiterate what is within Mr. Foley's Table 1 within his proof, that by 2030, Ryanair and EasyJet will both be operating primarily new generation aircraft.
Is that, you took us to table 1 before,
Sorry.
in Mr. Foley, is that,
Oh, sorry, that Mr. Foley's proof, the original proof. I do apologise. Sorry, put
just
down.
checking, I just want to understand what it is you're directing us to. So you took us before to table
It's the
1 on page 5.
Indeed. Sorry, I've just lost what I was looking for. I've now got it here. Yes, I've taken you to. Where are we? Here we are, page 5. Mr. Foley's estimate of percentage aircraft by type as percentage of the airline's fleet, which shows. Sorry, go on.
And we can see in the footnote Jacob's estimate based on data from CAPA,
Yeah.
currently typical retirement age and aircraft orders from these airlines.
Yeah.
So he set out there, and EasyJet and Ryanair, are those large airlines at the
Yes.
at the airport? So
EasyJet in 2019 was about 60% of seat capacity. I'm afraid I can't remember off the top of my head what Ryanair was, but it was a significant number as well.
okay.
So this table tells us that Mr. Foley is suggesting that EasyJet's fleet will be about 89% new generation aircraft by 2030, and Ryanair's will be about 93%, which seems perfectly reasonable. Is then also another point, I think, just quickly to make as well, is on sorry, excuse me, figure 1 on page 19 of Mr. Foley's proof. I can just go there, where he's comparing the average age of the Ryanair, EasyJet, and Jet2 fleets. I mean, I think there's an important point to make here. I mean, clearly, yes, Jet2's fleet is older, 14.4 years on average, compared to 11.8 for Ryanair and 8.9 for EasyJet. But in some ways, all this is telling us is that Jet2 are going to need to renew soon. And I think, given some of the other things that we probably will talk about at some point around the incentives, sort of the macro incentives created by the 6th carbon budget and Jet Zero, and the incentives those create on airlines in terms of efficiency and fuel efficiency, Jet2 are going to be particularly incentivized to buy newer aircraft. I'd also just as a point of interest, I think I'm sure Mr. Foley at some point makes the point that Jet2 buys old aircraft, and I think in general that is true. I wouldn't disagree with that, but it's an interesting point to note that the last batch of aircraft they built were actually new. They were new 737-800s. They were not older ones. But to come back to, I suppose, the fleet mix is that Mr. Foley's presented. I think, clearly, as we discussed yesterday, he's accepted 4 out of the 5 corrections that we've suggested. Fine. I mean, that's literally changed every single number in the table, I think, as far as I can see. So it really is quite a substantive change. But my issue primarily is actually it still doesn't make sense. I mean, it's supposed to be a 12 million passenger per annum fleet mix. We pointed out about this original alternative fleet mix that it came out to be about 12.3 by our estimate. I accept that obviously there is some leeway on these things, but that's quite a lot over. By our reckoning, it's still 12.2, so it's still too big. There's still too much capacity there, so it's not a fleet mix that would actually be flown, because the airlines would be flying around with the load factors below their targets, and they just simply wouldn't do it. The next point is virtually all the growth in movements is coming from the 737 family. And obviously, yes, Jet2 is a function there. We understand that Mr. Foley's put in 8995 movements in for Jet2, and I'll maybe come back to that in a minute. But even so, it's the 98% increase in Boeing 737 movements. Now, This
Sorry,
contrast,
What percentage? Sorry.
I think it works at 98% versus 2019. Sorry, I should have made clear it's versus 2019. At the same time, Airbus A320 aircraft versus 29 has grown by 8%. And I'll just come back to what we discussed about EasyJet's presence at
So who flies Airbus?
EasyJet,
Right. And what was the percentage again of?
approximately 60%.
So approximately 60% is is EasyJet. They fly Airbus. And what's the increase, did you say?
8%. So, in other words, Mr. Foley appears to be saying that the largest carrier at EasyJet, EasyJet at Bristol is barely going to grow.
And I put it to Mr. Foley yesterday that he seemed to have added very little and indeed actually reduced Airbus numbers. And you can see in his table Airbus, A320neo and A321neo, he's actually reduced the numbers against his old fleet mix. Also the older generation Airbus A320, again he's reduced them against his old fleet mix. I mean, what on earth does that tell us about the types of airlines that fly from Bristol, the dominant airlines, and
It
what
tells
he
you
thinks is happening?
the fleet mix just doesn't work, essentially. The largest airline is barely growing, which just isn't comprehensible.
And then he's got, as you say, there's 98% growth in old Boeing 737-800s. A proportion of those, even assuming Jet 2 fly those aircraft, and you said they're older, only a proportion of those are Jet 2. What are all the others?
Well, I mean, I don't know, to be sure, but my assumption would be that the main other operators of sort of Boeing 737 aircraft at Bristol are Ryanair and TUI. Now, at this point, I'd sort of come back to sort of what we said about Ryanair's fleet just now.
So if we go back to that in page 5, table 1, so if it's Ryanair, which is the second largest airline, on Mr. Foley's own evidence, what proportion of aircraft have
Within the Ryanair fleet, we're looking at in 2030 about 7%, or if we happen to get there a couple of years earlier, it would be about 93% new aircraft, and a couple of years earlier, 2028, it would be 84% new aircraft.
But Mr. Foley actually has the numbers of new aircraft falling and the numbers of old aircraft rising. Is that consistent with Ryanair, who are one of the other dominant airlines at Bristol?
No, it just isn't. If you take out the 8995 from the Boeing 737 family of aircraft that is within Mr. Foley's fleet mix, we know the 8995, he's told us that's Jet 2. If you take that out and then work out what the split is between current generation and new generation in the remaining Boeing 737 family, he's got 29% current generation. So my question at that point is, why is Bristol so different to Mr. Foley's estimate of Ryanair's fleet?
And is there any logical reason why Bristol would be so different?
I can't see one.
And when I asked Mr. Foley about this and other airlines, he amongst other things, pointed to TUI. Tell us about TUI.
TUI, interesting one, certainly. TUI have publicly stated that they wish to become a 2-aircraft type fleet. They are going to be the original statement was by the early 2020s, but for reasons I'll come on to in a moment, that may be slightly delayed. They are going to move to Boeing 737 MAX and Boeing 787s. The Boeing 737 MAX, as people may well be aware, was grounded for some time and obviously deliveries weren't made, so that original aspiration would not have been achieved.
So for TUI, the 737 MAX and the 787, are those older generation or new generation
They
aircraft?
are both new generation aircraft.
So is it plausible to put down this increase in 737-800s by 2030 to TUI?
No, I would say not. As I've said, yes, obviously the aspiration has been delayed by the delay of the 737 MAX deliveries. Accept that, that's fine. But that aspiration is still there, and they do have significant numbers of these aircraft on order.
And we know that Bristol's routes are primarily to the European Economic Area, and obviously there are a lot of European airlines that fly into and out of Bristol. What do we know about their buying intentions in terms of aircraft?
Obviously, this is more of an unknown because we don't know who might come in. But across sort of the European airline fleets of this type, of these types, the bias is very much towards Airbus. It is not towards Boeing. So you would have to say that it is more likely that if a new entrant were to come in, that new entrant would be operating Airbus and not Boeing.
So, overall, we know that Mr. Foley has changed every single figure in his original table. We know he's now come up with the figures that he produced at the end of last week. I've cross-examined him about those. What is your view about this latest fleet mix from Mr. Foley and the likelihood of it coming to fruition in 2030?
It doesn't work. It just does not work. It seems to be solely about getting additional 737-800s into that fleet mix. I can't, we've just been through, I can't really rationalise it.
I want to talk then about a slightly different subject. Sixth Carbon Budget, UK ETS, carbon prices, those types of issues. Just get you to explain to the inspectors the way in which the forecast and the Monte Carlo modelling has taken into account carbon prices.
Certainly. I mean, obviously, this has come up a number of times already, the Monte Carlo modelling and how it works and sort of the broad concept around it. And it is a probabilistic model. The purpose of it is to try and combine and understand different paths for different potential uncertainties for the future. One of those that we've looked at is the potential increase in cost of carbon over time. And I think what we've done is we've put in a low, a central, and a high case for carbon costs. The purpose of this is to try and understand what the impact would be on the forecast over time. I mean, as Mr. DeVas mentioned briefly this morning, well, maybe he mentioned it this morning, obviously we've made a judgment, we've weighted towards central, but I think it's very important to understand that that high case, those higher carbon costs, are in the forecast. They are in the Monte Carlo modelling, and they are reflected within the slower growth case. The way the Monte Carlo modelling works is that the slower growth case could be a combination of a number of different things. It could be slower growth, it could be slightly higher carbon costs, it could be slightly higher air passenger duty, but equally it could be higher carbon costs on their own. They are within that pace of modelling. And that is how we have taken account of this, which I think is an important point to make in the context of both the sixth carbon budget and obviously the decarbonising transport plan as well, and the Jet Zero consultation that's come out. Obviously, these things have come out in recent weeks. We understood that this is potentially an issue for the forecasts, and we have included those costs of carbon within the prices for all passengers within the model.
And we know that the sixth carbon budget relates to a 5-year period in the early 2030s. To what extent, if at all, does the sixth carbon budget and you know, the UK ETS cause any changes to your forecasts, including the, you know, the ranges that you've looked at?
I mean, I think it's an important point. I mean, obviously, this is an important development. There's no doubt around that. But I think it's very important to note that international aviation has always been accounted for within the carbon budgets. It has been formalised within the sixth carbon budget. So from that point of view, it is not a new thing. However, I think what is clearly new is the commitment to net zero, which does change, it strengthens the cap on aviation ultimately, and that could potentially lead to higher carbon prices, which is obviously something that is within our forecasts. The effect of that would be to ultimately raise airfares for passengers. There's no doubt about that, which would probably slow growth. And it would try, and our view is it would push us more towards the slower case growth forecast that we presented.
Final topic I just want to get you to briefly comment on, not particularly because it was a matter that Mr. Foley has focused on, but others have, and that is the concept of displacement of passenger demand. I suppose both, if Bristol Airport doesn't grow to 12 million, to what extent do passengers go elsewhere, and also I suppose if it does grow to 12 million, to what extent are passengers drawn from elsewhere? The converse of that. Again, just explain, please, the way in which your forecasting and your modelling has taken those concepts into account.
Obviously, one of the sort of things we tried to set out to understand at the beginning of this work was to try and better understand how passengers might behave if Bristol were not to grow to 12 million passengers per annum. I think in our previous work on socioeconomics, we dealt with this qualitatively, and we'd said that we felt that the sort of primary relationship would be with the London airports, simply because they are larger, they have the route networks. For a lot of the passengers, they are not that much further away than other airports in the region, and they have the sort of the range of services and the frequency of service that they are attractive to passengers ultimately. And I mean, I think it's fair to say that this was accepted within the officer's report for the original planning application. If we sort of turn to CD 413 briefly, on page 57. Sorry, did everyone get that? 413, page 57. It's not proof. It's CD 413, which is the officer's report from the original planning application.
And which page would you like?
Sorry, it's page... sorry, my technology is letting me down. There we are. Page 57. And then the final paragraph on page 57, which is discussing different views on this issue, I mean, how passengers might displace in the future. It says, in response, BAL say airports are not homogenous, and the 4 other airports in the southwest of Wales offer a substantially different range of services in terms of destination and flight frequency compared to BAL. They suggest these airports will continue to serve their own smaller markets even if BAL expanded, but this is unlikely to directly compete with the much broader range of routes of Bristol Airport, a point accepted by officers. Objectors disagree and say that the increased passenger growth from South Wales would be reduced if Cardiff Airport was expanded. BAL say the proposed development will have at most a minimal impact on passenger displacement within the South West and South Wales due to the different offers from the 2 airports. They do, however, consider that the growth of services at Bristol Airport could reduce the level of longer distance displacement to airports beyond the South West Wales, e.g. Birmingham or Heathrow. Offers for the reasons set out above in the relation to determining benefits agree with BAL's position. So I think, as I said, this principle that the primary competitive relationship is with the London airports is established through that process. We would also say that, I mean, as we've already looked at earlier on just now, that we've looked at that pie chart of the different market shares for passengers of the different airports across the South West and South Wales and in London and further afield. And we noted that the London airports made up about 40% of the market, compared to only 19 for those in South West and South Wales. However, we did want to try and understand this better and try and produce a more quantified, more robust estimate. So it's where we developed an econometric model to allocate passengers across airports, which we talked about a bit yesterday. And that identified that about 28% of passengers would divert to other airports in the South West and South Wales, should Bristol not be able to expand to 12 million passengers per annum. I think a number of others have said that they feel that that number might be too low. But I would say that they have presented no real evidence on that point. I think it's nothing more than assertion, to be quite honest.
Mr. Brass, unless there's anything else you want to add, I think that is your evidence in chief.
No, thank you. That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you both very much. Let's take a break now.
So before we do, can I just raise a concern that's arisen during that examination in chief? You'll have heard the evidence that Mr. Brass gave in relation to fleet mix, and in particular in the context of Mr. Foley's updated fleet mix and the 737-800s.
Yep.
And we were taken through a number of points about Ryanair, TUI, and indeed new entrants to the market. And I'm sure it was simply an oversight by my learned friend, but none of those points were specifically put to Mr. Foley, not one. So we're in a situation where I'm afraid there's an issue of fairness that's arisen. And it seems to me that in order for the council to be able to respond properly to the new points that were just put, that were not put, I'm afraid, to Mr. Foley, there are two ways of dealing with it. One is that I recall Mr. Foley and we interrupt the examination in chief and Mr. Brass's evidence. The other is that Mr. Foley puts in a note to the inquiry, which we would be able to do, I think, overnight, certainly as quickly as we can, in which he sets out his response, if any, to the evidence that's been given. And Mr. Brass then gets an opportunity to respond in evidence in chief. But sadly, there is a difficulty there, I'm afraid, and I wouldn't raise it unless it it mattered, but I'm afraid it does.
Okay. Mr. Humphreys, your view?
Yes, sir. Obviously, it's a direct consequence of Mr. Foley's additional sheet of paper, which was produced late on Friday. That gave me no opportunity over the weekend to discuss it with Mr. Brass. Both I and Mr. Brass were travelling a lot of the time on Monday. Mr. Brass actually travelling from parts of Yorkshire that took him rather longer than he had intended. So we didn't actually see each other until quite late, and then first thing on Tuesday morning I'm cross-examining, and it's just very difficult on these very new things for me to take complete instructions, in that type of timescale. Now, Mr. Foley, I don't say this as a criticism, and I didn't complain when this came in, but Mr. Foley's had our evidence on this for weeks. Weeks. He's responding to our rebuttal.
Let's not go back that far.
So, I apologize. I've not asked, I've asked general questions for him to comment on these things, and Mr. Brass has commented. I think it's a criticism of us.
The matter of the fleet mix has been a sort of moving feast of late. I thought we were nearly there, but it sounds as though we're not quite there. I take the point that you're raising, Mr. Taylor. I'm not criticising the appellants for this. It's one of these things that happens. I think my preference, I understand the point you're making, and I realise that you want Mr. Foley to be able to deal with it. I think my preference is to do it by way of a note.
I agree.
Get a note in overnight. If that resolves the issue, then all well and good. If it kicks up further issues, we'll deal with it then.
Okay, and I mean, just to be absolutely straight, I want Mr. Brass to be able to have an opportunity to respond, and for my own friend Mr. Humphreys to be able to take instructions on it too.
Oh yeah,
the
absolutely.
important thing is that this is dealt with in a fair way for everybody, and you get the information that you need.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. If Mr. Foley can get the note in overnight, obviously Mr. Humphreys can have a look at it. Mr. Brass is around all week, if not longer, so he's here as well. We can deal with it in some way, but let's kick it off with the note.
That's very fair, and perhaps if the note, I don't know when the note will come in, but if the note came in this evening, assuming Mr. Brass is still under cross-examination, if on that one thing I could be allowed to speak to him.
Of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
On that one thing, and Mr. Taylor knows I won't overstep that.
Let's see how we get on with cross-examination, but if Mr. Brass is still being cross-examined, I'm completely happy with that, just to deal with that point. We need to just bottom it out completely. There was another query from the back of the room. Yes.
Yes, I was wondering if it would be possible to address the inquiry about Dr. Chapman's corridendum and addendum, just because I think it is important that we sort of thrash it out now for the sake of the inquiry rather than leaving it for till tomorrow. Would that be okay?
What's happened to Mr. Henderson then? I mean, as I understood it, Mr. Henderson. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep thinking. Sorry, I'll try that one again. I know what's happened to Mr. Henderson. He's still here. Mr. Morehouse is going to come back tomorrow morning and deal with this.
He is, but I'm quite happy to make the points for him if that would assist the inquiry, or we could wait till tomorrow. It's just the points he wanted to make are about whether we could still hear the evidence or whether it would not be allowed. And the more time, if it is allowed into the inquiry, the more time that Mr. Brass and Mr. Humphreys have to deal with it, the fairer that would be.
Right. I'd rather leave it till tomorrow morning, simply because we're midway through the cross-examination, or the examination of this witness. Let's deal with it tomorrow morning in one hit, I think. It should also be said that although the three of us have had a chance to look at the document, we haven't looked at it in great detail. I'm not sure if other parties have. So thanks for the offer, but let's deal with it tomorrow morning. Okay, on that basis, we're adjourned until past, please. Right. Let's resume and go almost straight into cross-examination. Can we have a quick look at the time for cross-examination? Mr. Taylor, you were originally saying a couple of hours.
Yes, I still believe that's correct.
Okay. And from XR Elders, Ms. Beth, cross-examination. I know that you don't obviously know what you're going to hear in cross-examination now. You were estimating, I think, about half an hour's worth of cross-examination. Is that still likely?
Maybe more like an hour.
Right. I mean, half of I'm just thinking out loud here, and I haven't discussed this with my colleagues, I'm probably going to get hit. I mean, half of me thinks, well, if those estimates hold, then that's 6:30, which is getting late, to put it mildly. What do we think? Yeah, does that Stephen know that? Sorry. Yeah. I think what we'll do is we'll run to 5:30, which, with a fair wind, Mr. Taylor, that will deal with your cross-examination. I think at that point we'll probably defer your cross-examination until tomorrow morning, if that's okay. Otherwise, it's a very long day for everybody. So I think we'll aim at 5:30 and hope that we get to that point. Okay. On that basis, over to you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson's just going to hand round the CD list that we've got. I think it's complete.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to use his name a lot, sir, just so that we reinforce it. But I shouldn't worry about it. Every time I appeared in front of Jeremy Sullivan in the Court of Appeal, he called me Mr. Rubin every single time. So it's not just you. There are many others too.
Yeah, can I just put in a plea for everybody? I gather the microphone, or the volume rather, on the live feed is pretty low.
Right.
So if we can all get close up to the microphones and speak clearly, that would be very much appreciated. Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brass, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor.
In your evidence, you explained that you have been working for York Aviation for, I think, 20 years. Is that right?
Not quite, but getting there. Yeah.
Right. And you explained that in your career you've conducted a broad range of activities, but you've got a particular specialisation now in demand forecasting.
Yes.
Can I ask, sort of, probably like me, I started off doing all sorts of different sorts of law and fell into planning eventually. How long would you say you've been a demand forecaster?
I would say since around 2005, 6.
Okay. All right. So sort of 15, 16 years, that sort of order of things. Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions under the sort of broad heading of uncertainty, if I may. Obviously, at the moment, the world finds itself in the midst of a pandemic, doesn't it? And that pandemic is affecting different countries across the world in different ways, isn't it?
Yes.
Some have got relatively easy access to vaccines and are rolling out quite advanced vaccine programs, whilst others are not.
Yes.
Some have a greater uptake of vaccines compared to others.
Yes.
And we can also see different attitudes in different countries to the need for either to exclude visitors altogether or for visitors to be quarantined for various periods of time. There are differing approaches to travel too, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
In the UK, notwithstanding that we're doing rather well with our vaccination programme, we still currently have travel restrictions in place, don't we?
We do, yes, that is correct.
And how long travel restrictions are likely to affect the ability to travel generally across the world is simply something that's unknown at the moment, isn't it?
That is a reasonable assumption, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now, that's the first element. I want to talk to you about net zero and the sixth carbon budget and the uncertainties associated with that. Just prior to the opening of this inquiry, the government commenced a consultation process on the Jet Zero consultation to look at how aviation will head towards attaining net zero. That's right, isn't it?
That is correct.
And it's right to say, isn't it, that the documentation that's provided in that consultation process is not a statement of government policy.
No, it's a consultation.
Yeah, it's a consultation document. And we know the consultation runs till the 8th of September.
I haven't looked at the date, but I will take your word for it.
It is the 8th of September, 11:45 p.m. actually,
very precise.
which is a very odd time to choose, but there we are. Obviously somebody wants to get home before midnight. But we know, don't we, from that, that it's unlikely that any policy decisions relating to Jet Zero will have been taken before this inquiry finishes.
Yes, that is a reasonable point.
Yeah, thank you. And in terms of the content of that process, I think we need to look. I think it's CD 9.136, which is the evidence and analysis document that was produced alongside the consultation. And I would like to take you in that, if I may, to its PDF page 9, which is also actually, it's page 9 of the document itself too.
Okay, I'm on page 9.
And there's a heading, Influencing Consumers. You see that?
Yes.
And if we look at what's said there, it refers to the CCC's proposed demand limit of a 25% increase in passenger numbers on today's levels by 2050. And it refers to a carbon price substantially higher than £600 per tonne could be necessary. And it goes on to say the current evidence on costs of SAF, that's sustainable aviation fuel as I understand it, and hydrogen, we think before carbon prices reach this level, they would be sufficient to incentivise technologies to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And so on the basis of that, the document goes on to say this analysis suggests that capping demand may not be necessary to reduce emissions to levels which can be offset by GGRs, that's greenhouse gas removal, to achieve net zero, such as the level suggested by the CCC's balanced net zero pathway, 23 million tonnes in 2050. There is much uncertainty, however, and clearly there could be many combinations of technology improvements, greenhouse gas removal, costs and demand growth which would achieve net zero. The challenge is to provide the right incentives and support to achieve this aim in the least restrictive and most cost-effective way possible. We can see that measures to cap demand are not ruled out there, are they?
Not within that paragraph, but I do believe, if I may, they are mentioned elsewhere.
Right. Well, I'm looking at the evidence to support the document, and the evidence analysis does not state that capping demand will not be necessary. It says it may not be necessary, and indeed goes on to say that there are many combinations, some of which would include capping demand, that might achieve net zero. That's what it says, isn't it?
That is what it says in that paragraph.
Okay. And thank you. And we know, don't we? I mean, it's referred to, at least in passing in the previous paragraph, that the CCC, the Committee for Climate Change, in its balanced pathway, did suggest that it would be appropriate to cap demand now.
It says that in the previous one.
Yeah. Okay. If we just go a bit further back in the document to page...
Mr. Taylor, can I just, before we go back in the
Yes, of
document...
course.
Could we go to para 3.3?
3.3, certainly. So this is under the heading Pathways to Net Zero.
Yeah. And just on your point about demand management, the last sentence there says, apart from the application of a carbon price, none of our scenarios assume any additional demand management measures.
Yeah, that's right. So they look at 4 scenarios, don't they?
They do.
And none of them assume any demand management measures. That's right.
Just to be clear.
Okay. So, notwithstanding that they've not ruled it out, they haven't looked at actually what the effect of any demand management would be. That's what we see there, isn't it?
That is your interpretation, yes.
You agreed with me earlier that it's not ruled out.
No, I agree. It's not ruled out.
And we've just agreed that none of the scenarios involve any demand management. So, agreeing with my question is not too difficult, is it,
all right,
Mr.
fair enough,
Brass?
yes.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back. Thank you for that. I want to take you back to page 7. And this is under the heading Markets and Removals. And under the heading Markets at 212, we see that market-based economic measures will play an important part in reducing emissions from the aviation sector in a cost-effective way. Schemes which place a price on carbon via tradable permits or offsetting obligations will increase cost to airlines. Airlines are likely to pass at least some of these costs on to consumers in the form of increased ticket prices, and this may reduce demand for air travel, depending on the scale of the price increase and how price-sensitive consumers are. There's likely to be some variation in this reduced demand between long-haul and short-haul flights, as passengers on short-haul flights tend to be more price-sensitive. Some airlines may also make different decisions about the extent to which to pass costs on to consumers. In other words, they'll take a hit on their profits.
Indeed.
So we can see that in essence, the process towards net zero, the process towards meeting 6 carbon budget levels is going to increase costs for airlines, isn't it?
That would depend on the path. As you say, there's a lot of uncertainty. It may, it may not.
Right. Okay, there's lots of uncertainty. That's fine. Take that. Thank you. All right. Next, I want to just ask you about Brexit and the long-term consequences of Brexit for the movement of migrant workers into and out of this country. Now, this country is already experiencing, isn't it, shortage of staff in certain industries, particularly, notably, the hospitality industry at present.
Indeed.
Yeah. And in the absence of those shortages being met by the existing population, the only way to meet demand for those jobs would be through immigration.
Through immigration or through technological change.
Yeah. And it's uncertain, isn't it, the extent to which the demand for those particular jobs will be met from within the UK population or the extent to which immigration rules will be changed to allow immigration and immigrants to come in to fill those jobs.
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
So there are two ways in which any particular industry, I gave you an example of the hospitality industry, could meet the shortfall in jobs. One is from people who already live in this country. The other is via changes to the immigration system to allow people in to undertake those relatively low-skilled positions.
They are two options. As I said, there is a further option, which is technological change.
Right.
You find some other way of doing it.
So you find another way of serving people their meal in a restaurant?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Even with your third option, that gives rise to uncertainty in terms of, and has an impact on, potentially, the uncertainties associated with travel into and out of this country.
Yes.
Okay. When you put those factors together, I think you said you've been a forecaster for 16 years. In the 16 years you've been a forecaster, Mr. Brass, there has never been a more uncertain time to produce air passenger demand forecasts, has there?
I think yes to the short run, not necessarily so to the long run.
In the short term, but not necessarily the long?
Not
okay.
that.
All right.
No.
So the uncertainties associated with net zero and the sixth carbon budget are not long-term uncertainties in your view?
They would be long-term uncertainties, yes. But are they greater than the uncertainties that have previously been around? I don't know.
Right, okay. So, again, uncertainty there because you don't know.
Yes, I know. Yes, there is uncertainty
Yeah,
there.
all right, thank you. Right. Now I want to take you, please, to look at some aspects of things that have changed since officers produced their report to committee.
Okay.
And to do that, I want to take you to the officers' report first. I've used I think the February report, but I don't think it matters for the purposes of the questions I've got. The February report is CD 413.
Okay.
And I want to take you to PDF page 46,
Just a moment.
hopefully.
Okay, I'm there.
Right.
Sorry, Mr. Taylor, are you on CD 413?
Yes.
Yeah, 413 is the March.
That's the March report.
Oh, is it? Okay.
411.
In that case, I've used the right one.
Sorry, we are on CD 413, are we?
We are CD. As long as
Fine,
we're on
thank
CD
you.
413, we're at the right document. Forgive me. And on that page, we're in a section where officers are setting out the demand forecasts for.
Sorry, Mr. Taylor, it's my fault. I lost the page in the excitement of getting the right CD.
It's page 46, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, that won't be the last time I make a mistake like that. Although, actually, it turned out I was right rather than wrong. So, that's unusual for me. Now, on this page, there's discussion of the various forecasts, and as I understand it, at that particular stage, officers were considering forecasts suggesting 10 mppa by 2021, and I think Bristol Airport Limited was suggesting 12 MPPA by 2026. Is that right?
So 2026 is certainly right. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. And now we've got an updated position that I think results from the material that was submitted with the addendum to the environmental statement. We've got your CD, I think it's CD 221, and the core forecast is 10 MPPA by 2024. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
With 12 MPPA by 2030. So that's 3 years later to attain 10 MPPA than was the case that being forecast.
That's right, yes.
When officers considered it, and 12 MPPA being hit 4 years later.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And we've also got, as we know, the slow scenario, which is 10 MPPA by 2028 and 12 MPPA by 2034. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And fast, we've got 10 MPPA by 2022 and 12 MPPA by 2027.
That's right.
Right, good, okay. I'm glad I've got that sorted. Okay. Right, now, in terms of the uncertainty in the forecasting of which scenario, I think that you and Mr. Foley agreed on the various likelihoods.
Yes. Yes.
Right, okay, so there's no need to go back over that, but that's in terms of the likelihoods. In terms of the position, however, in relation to what the consequences are of adopting the different scenarios, if we take up your forecasting document, which I think is CD 221, and if we turn in that document to, hang on, let me get the right page up myself first. In this document, you refer to general issues about fleet mix plans. I just wanted to take you to what you say about the position. Page 18 of the PDF, please. Paragraph 410.
So
410.
410. Uh-huh.
There you're dealing with a faster growth scenario, and you say that on this scenario movements will be slightly higher when the airport initially reaches 12 MPPA in 2027, because airlines are unlikely to be able to allocate their larger aircraft to Bristol Airport by that time. So that's the first difference to note for a faster growth. So there's more ATMs. Yeah.
Yes, we would expect slightly more ATMs, as we've stated.
You say that from your discussions with airlines, I'll come onto that later, there would still be some accelerated growth in the aircraft side ahead of the core case, as they would seek to maximise efficiency by using larger aircraft where possible. So you've increased the ATM growth by 1% per annum, and then you get an average of 157 passengers per movement, compared to 159 in the call case. You get an additional 1150 commercial movements at the point that 12 MPPA is reached. And then you say this, furthermore, a greater proportion of this fleet is likely to be the current generation of aircraft than would be expected. So what you're saying there is that the fleet mix for that scenario would be different from the one you've produced for the core scenario.
We have said, yes, that it would be slightly different.
Yeah. And we know, don't we, that you've not produced a different fleet mix for that scenario or subjected it to any consideration of its likely environmental impacts?
No. We have not produced a quantitative fleet mix, that's quite correct, but as you can see there, we've considered the potential implications of faster growth in terms of the fleet mix, and that has been tested with the environmental disciplines.
Yeah, and I mean, just so that we're clear, the identification of a fleet mix is not a kind of binary operation. You're not, there's not only ever one fleet mix which is right. The identification of a fleet mix in the future is a matter of judgment, and there are, in fact, likely to be a number of potential fleet mixes that might arise.
The answer to your question is yes, but I would point out that Mr. Foley has already agreed that the process and the methodology for reaching his fleet mix is appropriate and has agreed that.
Yes, I see. So there is potential then for the fast scenario for a fleet mix to be identified.
Sorry.
There's potential for a fleet mix to be identified that addresses what the likely fleet might look like in 2027. There's also the potential for variations on that fleet mix, one that might include more older aircraft, one that might include less older aircraft to be produced too. Yes?
Yes, it is possible, but given what we know about Bristol Airport and its airlines and their behaviours, we would not expect the fleet mix to be significantly different.
Right. And that expectation is an expectation that's not born from the production of alternate fleet mixes to look at the likely scale of difference, is it?
No, we have not produced quantitative alternative fleet mixes. No,
Right.
We have tested it qualitatively.
Right, okay. So, just so that we can note, there's been no attempt to produce different fleet mixes for the fast, the slow, or the core scenarios that look at a range of potential impacts.
No, the process we went through was we identified a fleet mix for the core mix, and we tested the fleet mix qualitatively for the slower and the faster growth, and concluded it was unlikely to be significantly different.
Yeah. And just as I asked you in relation to the fast scenario, if we talk about the core scenario for a moment, the fleet mix that you produce is not the only mix of aircraft that could materialise in 2030 on the basis of the demand forecasts that you've produced, is it?
No, it is not the only one that could appear. We think it is a reasonable one.
Yeah, okay. So if one wanted to look at the likely potential range of environmental impacts in the core scenario, one could produce an alternate mix that has a larger proportion of older, noisier aircraft, for example, and one could produce a mix that looked at a higher proportion of new generation aircraft, couldn't one?
One could.
Yeah, but you didn't.
No, we did not. But I would point out at this point that in some ways, as we've already discussed previously, this point is largely moot. The noise contour cap that is being proposed for 12 million passengers per annum will lock in a fleet that is no noisier than that is proposed.
Okay. Are you aware of the situation when officers reported to committee?
Sorry, you cut out.
That when officers reported to the committee, there was an application for Bristol Airport to become a coordinated airport 24/7, 365 days a year.
Yes, I believe that the application went in December 2019.
My understanding is that that application has now been withdrawn.
It has been withdrawn due to the fall in traffic related to COVID. The airport expects to reapply when traffic picks back up.
Yes, when it returns to 2019 levels, I think is what the Chief Executive has explained to the Consultative Committee.
I believe
You're aware
so.
of that? Now, the airport will return to 2019 levels in, what, 2025, 2024?
2023, I think, I'll have to look at the numbers.
On your core scenario?
Let me just have a quick look.
Sure.
Finding the right bit. Not where I want it. Right, apologies. Right. It would between 2022 and 2023. It's 8.8 at 2022. And 9.5 in 2023.
Okay. So, so an application goes in around about that point, some point towards the end of 2022, maybe early part of 2023. The previous application, I think, like it was made in 2019, I think it was.
I believe it was
And
December 2019.
withdrawn, I think, in March or April of this year.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So, if we allow a year for the determination of that application, we get to what, 2023, 2024.
It's not a process that I would claim to be an expert on, so I couldn't comment.
Okay, that's very fair. I'm not going to try and get you to answer about things you don't know about. Do you know about the extent to which, well, let me put it this way. Up until the airport gets designated as coordinated 24/7, the controls that are in place are those that are there now, namely that it's coordinated, that's to say there's slot allocation processes in place, only for the summer season at night between 2300 and 0700. Yeah?
I understand that is correct, yes.
Yeah. So the rest of the time, at night during the winter and during the daytime, all seasons, the airport is what is called, I think, a schedules facilitated airport.
I believe that is correct,
Right.
yes.
And you may not know the answer to this, and if you don't, please say so. In a schedules facilitated airport, what power does the airport operator have to require airlines to use particular times for takeoff and landing, and when they do so, use particular aircraft?
It is not. I mean, it is not a process I'm an expert on. I
Right.
wouldn't. My understanding would be that it is an advisory process, but as I say, I am not an expert, and I would not be able to answer that question. Fine.
In that case, I won't pursue that point any further. You see, you refer in your evidence to consistency with a contour, a noise contour. And if it were the case that the ability to require airlines to land at particular times or take off at particular times and to use particular aircraft was dependent upon the airport being coordinated, and the airport isn't going to make an application to become coordinated until after the inquiry has ended and indeed the decision taken. It would be right to say that that would have implications for the imposition of a condition for a noise contour, wouldn't it? If that were right.
Well, as I've already explained, as I'm not an expert on the process for application, I'm not sure I can answer that.
I've put the point as far as I can fairly, and I'll move on. Thank you. Right. Okay. So, I'm still on. I've strayed slightly from the path, but I'm still in the theme of what's changed since officers looked at the issues. The pandemic and its implications arose after officers provided their report to the committee that we've been looking at. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
Right, thank you. The commitment to include international aviation in domestic carbon reduction targets, including net zero and the sixth carbon budget, all of that has occurred after officers made their recommendation?
That would be correct.
The adoption of the sixth carbon budget as proposed by the CCC, which commits the UK to a 78% reduction in carbon emissions by 2035, is also a matter that has happened since officers reported to committee.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Right. Now, let's move on from that, and I want to ask you some questions about the business passengers and the growth numbers, and we'll need for that the sheet,
the table
that we were looking at. Was it yesterday? It feels like a lifetime ago already for me. I dare say after this cross-examination it'll feel even longer, but we'll see. Now,
Could we just pause 1 second? Sorry, just catching up the documents.
It's inquiry note 13.
Thank you.
13, Inc. 13.
Okay.
At least that's what Mr. Henderson tells me. He's 13, 1-3. And Mr. Henderson's always right, so that makes it easy. And I also want you to take out, if it's possible, to have to hand your rebuttal proof, Mr. Glass, and to turn to page 6, please, in that.
6, yes.
Now, what we're discussing here, really, is the extent to which past growth at Bristol Airport supports the assumptions that you've made about the growth of business travel from 2019 through to 2030. And we saw in your proof that you've assumed slightly different percentages, whether you're a domestic business passenger, I think it was 3%, and I think 2.8 if you're an international.
That's correct.
Okay. My memory's bad, but improving, that's good. All right, on page 6 of your evidence in response to Mr. Foley's evidence, you make the point that essentially when you're looking at past trends, it's not appropriate to include the period that relates to what you call the low-cost bubble.
Yes.
And on the basis of that, because you're effectively saying that that's not a representative period of time,
Yes.
you exclude all the data prior to 2008.
Yes.
Yep. And we can see that on page 6. On page 7, you explain that you've examined 2 time periods, 2008 to 2019
Yes.
and 2012 to 2019.
Yes.
Yeah. So you use the data for 2019 that comes out of the CAA survey, don't you, in your 2 periods?
Yes.
And you do so without making any qualification as the appropriateness of the use of that data, don't you?
Yes.
And we can see that the figures that you produce for those 2 periods in your table 1 over the page, and on page 8, indeed, we've got them in the inquiry document 13 as well. In relation to the 2012 period, you say since 2012, after recovery from the global financial crisis, business passengers have grown at a rate of 4.9% per annum. Yeah?
Yeah.
And it's right, isn't it, that just as you excluded the period prior to 2008 because it wasn't representative, to include the period affected by the global financial crisis would not be representative either.
That would depend where you started from. If you're saying for 2012, I would point out that UK GDP was back to pre-recession levels, so you would say the global financial crisis is over.
Right, so you're saying that by 2012 at Bristol, the impact of the global financial crisis was over. That's your evidence, is it?
I would say, I said the UK economy.
The UK
was back
economy,
on.
right. Well, we're talking about Bristol Airport, aren't we?
We are.
So in relation to Bristol Airport, are you saying that by 2012 the impact of the global financial crisis was over? We're in a period after the recovery from that period?
I think it's a difficult one to judge, but I think probably you have still some recovery there, but that's also why we have a 2008 period as well.
Right.
My point is not specifically that either one of those is correct. The point is that the differential between the rates is A, very similar, and B, there is not the level of differential that Mr. Foley has suggested.
Okay, well, let's just look at the data then, just to drive this point home. In 2008, the total number of passengers in the table that we've got in Inc. 13
Yeah.
is effectively 6.1 mppa.
Correct.
It falls in 2012 to 5.8 mppa.
It does.
And then it recovers to basically almost around, just slightly above the 2008 level at 2015 at 6.3 mppa.
Yes,
Yeah?
that is correct.
So the recovery, the period after the global financial crisis, doesn't begin until 2015 at Bristol.
Well, my point at this point would be,
Well, is that right or not?
well, the point of the time series you have there, yes, it's at 6.3 in 2015, but we have already. But if we're talking about trend analysis, the most appropriate trend would actually be to look at 2008 to 2019.
Right, okay. Well, you included 2012 to 2019,
I did.
Didn't you? And you did that for a reason, Mr. Brass, and the reason's explained in your evidence, and it's because you considered it appropriate to look at the period after the recovery from the banking crisis. That's right, isn't it? So you say so in terms
Well, no,
of your brief.
I do say that. I
Yeah.
mean, But as I've just said, I've looked at both periods.
Okay. So my point is simple, that at 2012, the airport had not recovered from the global banking crisis. That didn't occur until 2015, and that's right on the data in front of us, isn't it?
Yes, the nearest traffic level to that, yes, would be
Right.
2015.
And so if we're trying to look at a period to reflect the point that you were making in your proof, in your rebuttal proof that we've just seen, that it's appropriate to look at a period after the global banking, after recovery from the global banking crisis, you don't start at 2012, you start at 2015. That's right, isn't it?
If you're talking about the recovery of traffic, yes. If you're after the global financial crisis, no, but 2012 is after it in terms of the UK economy. The purpose of that analysis is to demonstrate that over more recent time periods, of which I've quoted 2, the differential between rates is not as previously suggested.
I'm not quite done with this point yet. Let's just look at what happens if you start in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the 2012 to 2015 growth rates in the final column of the bottom
Yeah,
table. And for business, there's 9.9% growth, isn't there?
that is
Because
correct.
you're coming from the bottom of the dip up to effectively a recovered position. Yeah?
Yes.
So if you include the period 2012 to 2015 as a period that's representative of long-term growth from 2019 to 2030, effectively you're using growth that isn't representative. It's a high level of growth that's a bounce back from a recessionary event. That's right, isn't it?
There is partly that. There's also the growth of BMI Regional at the airport.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And similarly, if you start at 2008
Mm-hmm.
and you effectively encompass the consequences of the banking crisis, you include in that the recessionary effect and the bounce back of that event, which is an abnormal event, isn't it?
No, you don't.
Okay.
Because if you go from 2008, prior to the global financial crisis, to 2019, you're going from peak to peak. Yes, you have a recession in the middle, but your bounce back, that's a correct piece of trend analysis.
If 2008 to 19 was the right period to use, there would have been no need for you to look at what you did, 2012 to 2019, to look at the period after the banking crisis. If it's right to do it peak to peak, you wouldn't have needed to do that analysis, Mr. Brass, but you did. And you did it because you recognised that the banking crisis was an event that meant that the period of time from 2008 to 2019 was not reflective of normal operating conditions.
So the period 2008 to 2019 is not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I presented 2 time periods. We have, as we have discussed previously, we have limited options here. My point was to expose that data, which is a sensible time, in terms of pure time, is a longer time trend. They show similar things. I would agree that there's accelerated growth from 2012 to 2015, but the 2008 to 2019 trend is a perfectly reasonable assessment.
All right.
2015, where you've got, 2015 to 2019, as Mr. Foy has suggested, has got the collapse of an airline in it, and is only 4-year trend is not appropriate.
Right, okay. Let's just explore that then. you've used 2008 to 2019, and that has the collapse of an airline in, doesn't it?
It's got the collapse of BMI
Yeah.
regional within it.
Yeah. And you've used 2012 to 2019, and that has a collapse of an airline in it too, doesn't it, Mr. Brass?
It does have the collapse of the airline,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have the spike in it.
You used both of those periods without saying anywhere in your proof of evidence or your rebuttal that the use of 2019 was inappropriate because of the collapse of an airline. Correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, are you saying that using 29 data is appropriate?
2019 data.
2019 data is appropriate, or it is not appropriate?
Using 2019 data,
Yeah.
I believe would be appropriate. I believe that
Right.
2015 is the problem.
Okay. So 2015 is the problem. 2015 is not unreliable in terms of the data, is it?
Why would you say? I mean, it's the problem is
What's special about 2015?
it's because it's got this unusually high peak in it. If we're looking at sort of 14% of percent of business traffic, 2015 is unusually high.
Right. Fine, but why are the numbers there unreliable?
Well, they're not unreliable. My point is the trend is unreliable because you have a change in conditions.
Right. You've got a trend from 2015 to 2019. You said it's appropriate to use the 29 data because you've used it. What is the problem with looking at the trend between 2015 and 2019?
It's as I said, the problem is the change between the two. You have an unusual event in there of the collapse of an airline, one which within the 2019
okay.
data there is not time to replace that back.
Okay. Over a period of time, airlines come and airlines go, don't they?
That is correct.
Routes to particular airports come and go, as we've seen.
Yes.
And whether that's the case or not depends upon the profitability of airlines and routes, yes?
Yes.
Where there is demand sufficient to support a particular route from an airport on a profitable basis, that route will continue to fly, right?
Yes.
Where there is not, where an airline isn't getting the demand to operate profitably, then either the service will fall away or indeed the airline will fall away. That's the operation of the market, isn't it?
It is, but
Right.
I would say that the airline is not one route. So to say the collapse of the airline is
Right.
relation to that route, no, it's not correct.
Okay. But all we're seeing in 2019 is the operation of the market. That's right, isn't it?
You've seen the operation of the market in the demise of BMI,
Yeah.
yes. That doesn't necessarily relate to Bristol.
No. Remind me, what year did Monarch collapse?
We're in about 2018, I think it was.
Right. And yet, we're not making any adjustment of our forecast for Monarch, are we?
No,
No. Right.
but we're talking about business travel here.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Now, yeah. So let's focus on this issue about 3%, because you adopt effectively 3%, 2.8%. That sort of
Yeah.
order of growth. I mean, we haven't split it down into domestic and international. Could have done, but I think we've got enough numbers in front of us already. I'm sure you'll agree. So if we just bear in mind those sorts of percentages, that sort of upper, 2.8 to 3%. If we look at the bottom table and we're looking at the business row, we get to numbers are above 2.8 in three of these columns. The 2000 to 2019 column, which you reject because of the low cost
Yeah.
bubble. The 2008 to 2019, we've got 2.6, but that's below what you're assuming, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. We've got the 2012 to 2019 at 4.9%,
Yes.
but that includes the climb out from the global financial crisis, as we saw. Yeah.
Yes.
And then the only other time we see it for business is the climb out from 2012 to 2015 at 9.9. So when we look at the data that we've got from the past, none of it supports the assumptions that you've adopted going forward between 2019 and 2030. That's right, isn't it?
My point would, well, no, let's answer the question first. No, those figures do not
Yeah.
add up to those other figures. But the point is not, the point that we are making is not that the quantum of the trend, sorry, the percentage growth forward should be the same as it's been in the past. Our point is that the differential between business and leisure is not what has been suggested.
Right, okay. Just to make sure that we've understood it, the 3% growth, that's not the output from a model, is it?
3%, this is the output from a...
The 3%, the 3% growth for business, the 2 for domestic, and the 2.8 for international. Those are outputs from a model.
They are outputs from a model.
That's right. Okay, I thought so. Okay. Right. And those are outputs from a model that applies the DFT elasticity.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Now, just while we're here, just want to get you to confirm that Bristol Airport is primarily a leisure traffic airport, isn't it?
That is correct. That is the largest segment of traffic.
And we know, don't we, that over time, the percentage of leisure traffic has grown compared to business traffic.
Depends on which time scale you're going on, doesn't it?
Okay. If we look at the bottom table again,
Yes.
we look at 2000 to 2019. I know you reject that because it's a low-cost bubble, but we've got leisure growing at almost twice the rate of business there. If we look at 2003 to 2019, again, it's about twice the rate. 2008 to 2019, we've got business and leisure basically level pegging at that point, yeah? But we already talked about the extent to which that encompasses the global financial crisis. Just on that, one point I wanted to put to you is that business passengers are less sensitive to price, aren't they, than leisure passengers?
That's correct.
And so when one's in a recessionary period, or indeed coming out of a recessionary period, because leisure passengers are more sensitive to price, one would expect business passenger growth to be faster, wouldn't one?
Not necessarily. It would depend on the extent to which they're affected by economic growth, not just price.
Right, okay. I'll put the point. Okay, then let's keep going and I'll trawl through this table. 2012 to 19, we've got business and leisure basically level pegging. 2015 to 2019, we've got leisure outstripping business by quite a margin. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other two periods we can see that they're sort of interim periods, aren't they? We've got business and leisure both falling by about the same percentage from 2008 to 2012, and then the bounce back, we can see a marked return of business in advance of leisure in terms of percentage performance. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that's the trend over time, and okay, I think that's what I need to do there. Let's turn to the question of routes. Now, I should say that there is a fairly large overlap between what you say with your sort of forecasting hat on and what you say with your socioeconomic hat on.
Yes.
And I've had to try and draw a line.
Okay.
So, and the line's been drawn essentially on fairness grounds, because it's not appropriate for me to cross-examine you now on matters that essentially have been covered by Mr. Ciro in his evidence, because he's not given his evidence yet.
No, fair enough.
So there will be a return to some of these issues later in the week, but that's why, and I hope that's appropriate and right. But I am trying to cover the points that Mr. Foley's taken now, because that's the task at hand.
Understood.
But the fact that I'm not sort of cross-examining you on the socio-economic rebuttal that you took us to all the proof isn't to be taken as me, accepting any point. I'll come back to it later in the week. Okay. So routes is one of those areas where there's an overlap. That's why I make the point now. Would you accept that demand at Bristol is essentially leisure traffic driven?
Could you clarify that slightly?
Yeah, demand for a route, and whether a route will be put on or not, is essentially determined by whether there's a leisure demand for that route at Bristol.
That would depend on the individual route, I think it's probably fair to say, and it would be difficult to generalise.
Okay. Demand at Bristol Airport at present is highly seasonal, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
There's a much greater proportion of flights in the summer.
Yes.
To the point where at night it's constrained so that it becomes a coordinated airport. But it is, that's not the case during the winter at all, or during the day indeed in the summer. Yeah.
That's correct, yeah.
Right. Okay, and that pattern is because the demand to fly from Bristol is a leisure demand for flights in the summer to go to holiday destinations.
That's correct. I mean, that's a common trend across a lot of UK regional airports.
Yes. You, as I understand it, haven't produced any evidence at all that looks at the likely demand on particular routes going forward in the future.
No, we haven't. We have not produced a bottom-up forecast. And I think, as we discussed at some length yesterday with Mr. Foley, the short term is of relatively limited importance from our point of view in terms of when we get to 12 million passengers per annum, and we would not consider route-level forecasts to be appropriate that far out.
Right. And you don't produce, as I understand it, any evidence to show that going forward, at any particular point in the future, new hub or city routes are likely to be viable and thus likely to be taken up by airlines.
We've not produced route-specific evidence. No, we have produced some evidence, as you've seen in my proof, on how Bristol has developed in the past in terms of adding city routes.
And in terms of the use of airline interviews, notwithstanding that those are conducted, we'll come on to Frankfurt, but leaving that to one side, you've not identified as a result of those interviews any single new hub or city route in the short term, have you? In your evidence?
No, we're bearing in mind the short term is largely about recovery from COVID. We would be expecting routes to be coming back rather than adding new ones to a significant degree.
And as you've just explained, the airline interviews also haven't provided you with the ability to identify any single new hub or city route that would come forward in the long term.
No, because we wouldn't consider trying to identify individual routes in the long term appropriate.
No, okay. Now, in terms of Frankfurt, that's a route that I think was operated by BMI Regional until February 2019.
Indeed.
And so that route ceased then. I think you explained in your evidence it takes a little bit of time for the market to respond. Lufthansa has responded and obviously has been delayed somewhat in its ability to put that route back on because of the pandemic.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So Lufthansa have seen an opportunity for a viable route from Bristol to Frankfurt that was a route that was already running.
Yes. It is putting a route back on.
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree.
And
it's substantially higher capacity, I believe, and so it would have additional demand.
Yeah. You've not identified any other old route that was run by BMI as regional as likely to be reopened up.
We haven't
in that
specifically
same way?
identified individual routes, no.
Okay. Fine. Okay. So, I mean, in terms of the way the business forecasts work, you, as I understand it, the number of business passengers is simply a percentage output of the model. It's not something that's produced by reference to any consideration of any new routes coming on or increase in frequency of existing routes or anything of the kind. It's just a straight output of the application of the elasticities. Is that right?
It's correct in terms of the long-term forecast. Yes, but that would be a perfectly normal industry standard way to do it, as we discussed with Mr. Foley yesterday. But if we're looking at 2030, we would not be expecting to try to identify individual routes.
Thank you. Yes, your rebuttal, please. Page 11. You refer at the end of paragraph 3.4.3 to continued capacity constraints at Heathrow.
Yeah.
And that means it's likely that European hub carriers may seek to extend or enhance their presence at UK regional airports such as Bristol. Heathrow has been constrained for a very long time now, hasn't it?
Yes, it has been constrained for some time.
And the delays in the airport commission, that was fun for all of us, I'm sure. It was for me.
Indeed.
Then the process that Mr. Humphreys had through the High Court, the call for appeal, and his famed victory in the Supreme Court. All of that was highly publicised, all of it known by the airlines that you referred to in your rebuttal.
Yes.
And yet over that entire period of time, you don't adduce any evidence that any of those airlines are actually offering any additional routes that business travellers would use from Bristol Airport in the future, apart from Lufthansa and Frankfurt, which is a reopening of an old route. That's right, isn't it?
That is correct. We have not, as we've already stated at this point, that we have not produced short-term forecasts at a route level. They're of limited relevance in terms of our primary interest, which is when we reach 12 MIPA.
And all those airlines, if they're constrained at Heathrow, would also look at other airports too, wouldn't they? They might look at City or Stansted, for example.
Indeed.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Right. In your proof of evidence now, please, it was a graph that you took us to in your evidence in chief, I called it the globalisation graph.
Oh, the cost globalisation index, yeah.
I don't know if that's a fair summary of it. I've lost it now. But I think it's paragraphs 4.96, 4.97 of your proof. Let's see.
Yes.
This is where my notes have let me down because I didn't write the page number down. Yeah, page 52, 53 in the PDF.
Yes.
You refer here to the UK being a highly globalised country,
yes.
International trade being vital to its prosperity, and that's actually taken, I think, from Build Back Better, yeah, which we went to.
Yes, I believe it is, yes.
And you say it's a country that's becoming more globalised. I just wanted to see whether the KOF index actually bears that out, because if we look at figure 15 in your proof, it looks to me as if from about 2000 till the present day the line's been flat.
No, I would say there is an upward trend, though.
You'd say that's an upward trend, okay.
I mean, I would say it has slowed before that, but yes, I think it is an upward trend.
Okay. You don't think that the index in 2016 is essentially what it was in 2000 on the line at 80?
I don't think so. I wouldn't have said so, no.
No, okay. All right. I'll make my own submissions on that. Now, whilst we're here, can we look, please, at your paragraph 4.9.9?
4.9.9.
Here, you turn to deal with communication technologies.
Yeah.
And you say that communication technologies may mean that each individual may travel less for business, but that more individuals will travel.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that within an organisation that requires flight as part of its business processes, people who used to fly 3 or 4 times will fly once, effectively, but the proportion of people in that business, the number of people who fly will increase. So instead of 3 or 4 individuals, it might be 5 or 6.
That is the interpreter of, yes, that is correct, essentially, yes.
Right. And so in order for that to turn into growth,
yes,
in business travel, the number of individuals flying would have to outstrip the reduction in the travel for each individual. Yeah?
yes.
Okay. What evidence do you provide that is occurring? Because I can't see any.
I think it's a statement around the effect of technology, in that, yes, obviously we are all using communications technologies more, as we've discussed at some length. And at the same time, We are becoming a more globalised country, and we have a more a government policy priority towards a more globalised Britain, etc., etc. And I think it is an inference from that.
Okay, so maybe my question wasn't clear. I asked what evidence you point us to that that there's going to be growth because the number of individuals travelling will increase as a proportion greater than the reduction in individual travel for each individual.
There is not specific evidence on that, no.
No, okay. Okay. No evidence. That's good. I thought I missed something, but plainly I didn't. Okay. Now, you refer in this paragraph to a document produced by York Aviation, CD 1314, and I just would like to take everybody to that, if I may. Again, I've got to find it myself. And this is a document that York Aviation produced in 2011, I think.
That's correct.
And it's headed Aviation Services in the City.
Yes.
Now, were you involved in the production of this document?
I was.
Right, okay, that's helpful. Were you the principal author or...
No, that would probably be unfair, but I was certainly involved, but no, I wasn't the principal author.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out the extent of your involvement. That's very helpful, thank you. If we... So we need to note it's from 2011, so it's 10 years old. And also we're looking at aviation in the City of London, so we need to bear that in mind too, don't we? Particularly if we're drawing from it to draw things for Bristol Airport. If we can turn in it to PDF page 25, which is internal page 24.
So PDF 25, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There is a sort of table that, and I think what you did here is to take information from the CAA on the journey purpose.
Yes.
And do you see the top row is headed meetings with customers?
Oh, hang on, sorry. Which table are you on?
I'm on 3.6.
Oh, sorry, I was on 3.5. Sorry, carry on.
It's all right. I hope I'm not losing you. Are you there now?
I am there now, don't worry.
Okay. All right. It's easy for me because I know where I'm going, or at least I'm trying to give that impression. Table 3.6, first row, meetings with customers, brackets, others external to the company.
Yes.
And we can see total 598,112.
Yes.
And then we see the next row, attending internal company business, 557,195. You see that? So basically the number of flights dealing with internal company business is approximately the same as the number of flights associated with having a meeting with customers or people external to the company on this data. And the total number of flights we can see at the bottom, 1412.
Yes.
683. So essentially, over a third of travel identified in this report was people flying for internal company business.
Yes, it would appear. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, if we go on in the document, oh, sorry, I should just put it to you actually that in terms of purpose of flying, attending meetings, so that is in total the people attending meetings, we need to put together the 598 and the 557. We get to just over 1 million. It's about 80% of flights here are identified as required to attend a meeting.
I haven't done the maths, but I will take your word for it.
It's about that figure.
Yeah.
It's not precise, but it's about that figure. Okay.
No, it's in the paragraph below, actually.
It's always dangerous to take my maths
It's all right from
for
the paragraph
granted.
below. You're 81%. You weren't far out.
Okay. Right, now I want to take you on, please, to internal page 31, page 32 of the PDF. And here, your report turns to recent trends.
Yes.
And it says, perhaps the key trend to note is companies focus on reducing and, where possible, eliminating unnecessary air travel. It's been driven by two main factors: increasing awareness of sustainability and corporate social responsibility, the importance of addressing climate change issues and companies' desire to reduce their carbon footprints was picked up as a limiting factor in terms of the growth of business air travel from the city in the 2008 study. But it would appear these issues have become even more important to individual companies over the last 2 years. This was 2011,
Yes.
net zero and all the rest of it now, the climate change emergency. Would you say that that factor is even more important to companies now than it was in 2011?
I think certainly awareness is probably high. Yes, that would be a fair comment.
Yeah. And so the importance of attaining net zero for companies is a factor which is more important now and more likely now to reduce business travel than it was in 2011. Yeah?
Yes, I think that's probably a fair comment, but again, I think you'd have to say that you're talking about individual companies, you're not necessarily talking about the totality of demand.
Yes, okay, that's fine. Obviously, there's going to be a variation amongst companies, and we know that the government in particular is pushing ahead of the conference in November for larger companies to sign up to a net zero agenda. Mm-hmm. Yes? If we go on to the next bullet point, we see that the second element of the key trends was efforts at cost reduction and efficiency in the face of the global economic downturn. Recessions resulted in a fall in demand. It has also prompted a wider review of air travel in terms of what is and what is not necessary, as companies have sought to reduce their cost bases in reaction to falling revenues.
Yes.
Now, do you think that the pandemic is likely to give rise to a similar set of considerations for companies going forward?
I think in the short term, that is a reasonable point, yes.
Yeah.
It does not necessarily say anything about the longer term.
Right. So in the short term, companies are likely to seek to reduce their cost bases, and they will do that because they can replace travel that they might otherwise have done via an aircraft flight with video technology, can't they?
I think there will be a certain amount of that, but I think there's certainly as we all know, we've had to adapt in the short run. Undoubtedly, the drive to electric technology has been there for a long time.
Yeah.
As we've acknowledged, Mr. Foley has acknowledged as well. I think we're talking about the effects of a short-term recession. That's what we're talking about, and the longer term is a different matter.
All right. Well, I mean, the next paragraph on page 31 goes on to look at the longer term. It says the key issue in this dynamic, in considering the longer term, is defining what is and is not necessary travel.
Yeah.
Do you think that the fact that companies have had to conduct business online using video technology for the last 16 months or so is likely to have given them a different perspective on what is or is not necessary travel?
I think it will have accelerated a trend, undoubtedly. Whether that will mean that the trend, whether you're getting ahead of the trend, I think is a different matter. I mean, I think we will probably return to what was a long-term trend anyway.
Yeah. Okay. We then, in the next paragraph, just so I'm trying to be as fair as I can to you, the next paragraph deals with travel for client-facing activities remains in most cases a necessity in the view of most companies. That's in 2011.
Yes.
Face-to-face interactions are an important part of service. one of the competitive elements between firms, but simply if one company will not travel to meet with a client, another will and perhaps get the business.
Yes.
There is, however, some evidence to suggest that some less significant client interactions are being undertaken using communications technologies. Again, do you think the pandemic is likely to have broadened the scope of client interactions that are likely to be undertaken using communication technology as opposed to a face-to-face meeting?
I think yes, there probably is there is a rationalisation going on, as we said, but I think it's part of a longer term trend, as we've already discussed. And I think actually, if you go to the paragraph below, most firms still feel their demand for air services will increase in the future simply as a result of the growth of their business.
Okay. Then the next paragraph, we see what this means ultimately for total quantum of demand for air travel in the longer term is hard to predict. The recession has undoubtedly reduced demand in the short term, but most firms suggested that demand for air travel was increasing again, and in some cases already back to or above pre-recession levels. Most firms still feel that their demand for air services will increase in the future simply as a result of growth in their business. However, the trend to eliminate unnecessary travel is felt to be likely to continue, so this growth may be slower than previously expected. So your own company in 2011 was identifying that the trend of eliminating unnecessary travel would be likely to continue, and that growth would be slower than previously expected.
Previously expected within 2000s potentially, isn't it?
Now, your forecasts in terms of business passengers don't adopt that same approach, do they?
Why would you say that?
They don't allow for slower growth that, into the future, as we've seen, because when we looked for whether the percentage growth was of 3% and 2.8% was supported by the data, we didn't find any particular long-term.
Two different time periods.
Right.
We're talking about this is as you rightly pointed out. It was written in 2011. Yeah. Slower growth may already have occurred. We are looking at a period moving into the future from 2019.
And now we have a situation where the factors that in 2011 were identified as likely to drive a slowing in demand are even greater. You've already agreed that with me. So if that's the case now, then the trend going forward in terms of growth of business passengers would be lower than has occurred in the past, that in fact your assumptions are higher. That's right, Mr. Brass, isn't it?
My assumptions are the growth rates that come out that we are working with are the result of an econometric modelling process. The growth rates are not an assumption.
Right, okay. The output of your model results in 3% growth per annum, 2.8% growth per annum.
That's correct.
Which is a level of growth which is higher than the past, not lower, and the factors which in your own report in 2011 were identified as being likely to continue so that growth may be slower than previously expected are even greater now. That suggests that the output of your model overstates business passenger growth, doesn't it?
I think I wouldn't agree. I think you're drawing an inference from something that's not there.
Right. Elasticities. Now, let's turn to that and the appropriateness of the elasticity that you've adopted. Before we get into that, I think we can agree that, notwithstanding that Mr. Foley was asked to provide an elasticity for the post-COVID period, it's not actually possible to calculate one, is it?
I would entirely agree with you. It's not possible to calculate one.
Yeah. And so the question then is whether it's appropriate to continue to use an elasticity that we can find in 2017 forecasts from the DFT, which going into the future. That's the issue, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, those elasticities do not and cannot have taken into account the likelihood of a global pandemic of the scale that we're dealing with right now. That's right, isn't it?
No, yes, you are correct in that sense, but
Yeah.
I would question as to why the pandemic would affect elasticities.
Okay. Sadly, I'm not allowed to answer questions. I ask the questions and you answer them. So,
All right.
but we'll explore that. Don't worry. The data period that we're looking at, that the elasticities are drawn from, 1984 to 2008, does not include a global pandemic of the scale that we're dealing with now.
Correct, no, it does not.
Yeah. It doesn't include a period where there is an upskilling in the entire population in the use of video calling technology that results in Zoom increasing its use from 10 million calls a day in 2019 to 300 million in 2020, does it?
No, it doesn't include
No.
that. It does include significant changes in technology, which we all agreed
Right.
yesterday with Mr. Foley.
It makes assumptions about changes over time, doesn't it?
As in,
As in it assumes that elasticities change over time with technology. That's my understanding of how it operates. Indeed, I think you've explained that to us already.
so just to the avoidance of doubt, as it were,
Yeah,
do you mean backwards or forwards?
forwards.
Forwards, yes. It includes market maturity
Yes.
assumptions which reduce the
Right.
sensitivity to economic growth, yes.
What it doesn't do is assume market maturity suddenly happening of the scale that we've seen in the last 16 months in relation to technology, the leap in people's ability to use that technology in a short period of time.
No, it doesn't say that, yes, we've all suddenly got amazingly better in the space of a year. No, it does not. It takes a longer-term view.
Yeah, okay. And so it can't then take into account, as a consequence, if a changing technology gives rise to a shift in people's propensity to travel very suddenly on a global scale, it just doesn't take account of that, does it?
I would question whether there is a change in the propensity to travel.
Right.
They can't travel.
Yeah, quite. But we've seen, haven't we, from your own document, that, and you've agreed with me already, that companies will be looking to reduce their unnecessary trips. We've got a situation where companies are trading and continuing to trade and make money using video technology without incurring the cost of travel. And so we're in a situation where companies know that they can reduce their travel, reduce their costs and continue to trade. That's where we're at, isn't it?
Yes, they can continue to trade. They have adapted to do so. Is not necessarily preferable.
The UK economy is currently growing, isn't it?
The UK economy is currently growing, yes.
And it's growing even though there are significant travel restrictions in place.
That is correct. I would question, though, that the UK economy is not back to the size it was before, and what we're talking about here is largely a bounce back and the reopening of the economy.
Okay. Fine. Right. if going forward companies have the opportunity to continue to do business with fewer face-to-face meetings by using video technology and saving the cost of flying, they will do that, won't they? Because it will maximise their profit.
That would depend on what the value is you place on your face-to-face meetings. If you place the value that actually they make you more money in the future, which many companies will do, no.
Okay. Fine. See, the simple point is this. If you apply the 2017 DFT elasticity going forward without making any adjustment at all for the pandemic and the upskilling in relation to the technology that's occurred, you're simply shutting your eyes to reality, aren't you, Mr. Brass?
No, I'm saying that over the long term, I think the fundamental drivers of growth will return. That's what I'm saying.
Right, okay. Well, you are, to be clear, applying a demand elasticity that is calculated well without any regard at all to the global pandemic and the changes in society that it's brought about and what the likelihood of those is going to be going forward. That's right, isn't it?
No, we have not made a specific adjustment to the elasticities, which are a measure of the relationship of the long-term relationship between economic growth and air transport demand. No, we have not adjusted specifically for the pandemic. There's no particular reason that we would.
You're shutting your eyes to the reality.
I don't accept that. I am looking beyond the pandemic and looking into the longer term, as is the purpose of our forecast.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next subject I've got on my list is fleet mix. And I think in the light of what happened earlier, so if it's okay, I'm going to put that to one side until we've had the note put in and my own friend Mr. Brass responds, because it'll be pointless otherwise. Okay. Thank you. So let me just skip past that. I think that's going to mean I'm going to finish sort of earlier, although I'm not really finished at all. Fine. Now, I've got a few other issues to address you on. I've got dealt with that. Yes, the airline interviews. Now, you conducted a series of interviews with the airlines at the airport.
Correct.
And as I understand it, they've informed the judgments that you've made on your demand forecasts, particularly in the short term for the bottom up. Did you take into account what they said when looking at the realism of your econometric model at all?
They were there to gain intelligence about the future plans of the airlines over the next few years.
Yeah.
No, they did not inform the econometric model.
Right. Okay, I see. Fine. That's fine. So it really is simply the next 2 years that you've gleaned information from.
Well,
obviously,
hang on just a minute. Detailed information probably next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that obviously they will talk about longer term trends, but that is obviously less certain.
Right, okay. Well, I can't cross-examine you on any of that, can I? Because I've not been provided with, and the inquiry's not been provided with the detail of those interviews?
No,
No.
they're under non-disclosure
Yeah.
agreements, which is perfectly common practice.
So your bottom-up forecasts are not something that I can tackle you on because I don't have access to the information that informed them.
I would come back to that. If we did not undertake confidentiality agreements with these airlines, they wouldn't speak to us.
Okay.
And I mean, this is perfectly common practice. It is not unusual. And I think, as we've already stated, we're not, what they're saying to us is not out with what is publicly available ultimately, and that the Council's own advisors, Jacobs, have access to these airlines. They work with them just as we do. They could ask the questions.
And I can't cross-examine you on the extent to which what the airline said to you is consistent with your econometric model either, can I? Because I don't have access to what they told you.
No, but I can tell you that we wouldn't adjust the econometric model on the basis of that, because it's not the purpose of the econometric model.
Yeah. So you've had access, when you're producing your forecast, to material that the council doesn't have access to and can't question you about or scrutinise. Do you think that's fair, Mr. Brass? Given the process that we're in, which is about scrutiny, do you think it's fair?
I think we have to respect the commercial confidentiality of the airlines involved. As we've said previously, there is nothing to stop the council from speaking to these airlines, or their advisors speaking to these airlines
Do you
in
think,
their own right.
do you think that it's a process that is appropriately transparent, given that this is a public inquiry?
I'm not sure I can really comment on that. We've explained our reasoning, we've explained our assumptions, we've explained what we've done. We've been through that process. I don't think the fact that we have had to put in place for commercial confidentiality agreements with airlines to speak to them about their immediate plans, I do not think that's unreasonable in terms of trying to inform our work.
Right. Do you think that not providing that information for scrutiny in public it results in the avoidance of scrutiny through the inquiry process?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that, to be honest.
Okay. All right, let's move on to Logit. Now, the Logit model is the model that you've utilised to look at the passenger choice, essentially,
Right.
how passengers choose to fly. Now, a particular version of events was put to Mr. Foley yesterday about the questions that the council had asked in respect of Logit, and indeed you've said certain things in your evidence. I want to put some very specific points to you. The Jacobs sent their first set of clarificatory questions, including a question regarding the Logit model, to Liz Higgins at BAL on the 23rd of December 2020. Is that right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah. On the 21st of January 2020, there was a response received from York Aviation via Ms Higgins to the first set of questions, and that included a response to a question about the Logit model. On the 11th of February 2021, a second set of questions was sent to York Aviation, and again via Ms Higgins, and one of those questions was this. York Aviation Limited state that the model, that's the Logit model, examines how passengers make choices between the different airports available based on factors including surface access time, flight time, the availability of the relevant destination, the quality of service as represented by the level of surface frequency offered, the availability of indirect options, airline type and fares on offer. These variables are the same for all airports. However, the values assigned to them differ by market segment. it remains unclear what values have been assumed for each market segment. Please can these and detailed assumptions be provided for each airport? That was the request on the 11th of February. That request was repeated on the 15th of February 2021. And a response from York Aviation via Ms Higgins to these questions was received on the 4th of March, which suggested a meeting to go through items of clarification, but which did not include the values assigned to the variables for markets, but by market segment, right?
Correct.
There was then, as I understand it, a meeting on the 9th of March where a representative from Jacobs, Ms Birtwell, on the 9th of March, Ms Birtwell requested a meeting with, I think, you to discuss the logic model. And a meeting occurred on the 16th of March where it was discussed, and the instructions I have is that you said that you would check with Bristol Airport Limited after the meeting as to whether they were happy to give Jacobs the assumptions sitting behind the allocation model. Remember that?
I think we need to actually just clarify slightly what was asked for at that meeting. The reason we suggested the meeting was we didn't really understand quite what it was that was being asked for. So we had a discussion with Ms Birtwell and indeed one of her colleagues. We spoke to them about the structure of the model, what was in it, the variables, and Ms Birtwell asked for one very specific piece of information, which was the frequencies assumed for each market segment. We spoke about where they'd come from. We spoke they were available from OEG. There was nothing particularly special about them. She then asked if she could have the frequencies that came out from the logic model as it runs through to 2030. We expressed some concerns about this because of the way that such models work. The frequencies are not an output from the model. They are internally consistent to the model, but they're not in and of themselves of particular interest. We said we would go away and speak to BAL about their opinion on this, and we came back shortly afterwards. I couldn't tell you the exact date. To Ms Birtwell to say, we've spoken to BAL, we still have concerns about providing this, and that could we speak again? And we suggested that the Statement of Common Ground meeting that was coming up would be a good time to do it. We did not hear back from that in relation to that meeting.
All right, let's keep going. So the 16th of March you had a meeting. You said you would check with BAL. On the 6th of April, Ms Birtwell for Jacobs chased for a response, and you replied on the 7th of April. Apologies for the delay in getting back to you. I've been meaning to email for a few days. I've discussed with the airport. They are keen to try to understand a bit more about what you're trying to get from the data. It's something they would like to discuss further as part of the discussions around statements of common ground, which I understand are currently being set up. Apologies again for the delay in coming back to you. Look forward to seeing you soon. The Statement of Common Ground meeting was on the 29th of April, and as I think you just confirmed, you didn't get round to discussing the logic model of that.
We didn't hear back, and no further question was asked on this.
And on the 15th of June, the draft part 2 of the Statement of Common Ground was produced, in which the Council said in respect of this issue, for the long-term forecast, an econometric passenger allocation model, logic model, has been used. This examines how passengers make choices between the different airports available on multiple variables, e.g. flight time, quality of services, etc. The appellant has indicated that the values assigned to each variable differ by market segment. However, the values assigned to each market segment have not been provided despite a number of requests that they should be. No reason has been given for the failure to provide this information. There's no response to that point in the Statement of Common Ground, and the prospect of resolution is marked as unlikely. There is no doubt whatsoever, is there, that the Council has been pursuing since February the information that it requests, namely the values assigned to each variable for each market segment for the logic model. And you haven't provided that. That's right, Mr. Brass, isn't it?
No, we have not. We've asked to discuss it again. We did not hear back again.
Will you provide that information to the Council straight away, please?
Well, I'm still, as I say, we are still unclear as to exactly what it is that what they're asking for and the purpose of it is.
You're unclear about the purpose. Why should the purpose matter, Mr. Brass?
Because ultimately it's the internal...
Are you worried about what they'll find when they start to scrutinise your allocation model? Well, then what's the difficulty about providing them with the variables?
Well, the specific variables, it's a logic model that works on relativities. It doesn't tell you, it's not an output from the model. It's an internal part of a model. It doesn't really tell you anything from that point of view. It is merely a part of the process on the way to an end.
Right. And why shouldn't the Council be provided with that information and scrutinise it, Mr. Brass?
I'm not sure what they can scrutinise, but...
Well, in that case, there's no difficulty in providing the data, is there? If it doesn't mean anything, then you can simply provide it now, can't you? We'd be very grateful to have it. Can you provide it to us, yes or no?
Well, we have it, clearly, but I think I would need to discuss it with the client, to be honest, with our client.
Right, okay. Let me put this series of questions then. The Council has pursued this point since February. The instructions I've got are that information is required to allow the consultants to be able to understand and question the way in which the allocation model actually makes decisions as to which passenger flies from which airport.
Right.
So it's fundamental to understanding how the model works and to scrutinising the assignment process that it produces. So unless we've got that information, effectively the model is a black box that I can't cross-examine you about. I mean, that's right, isn't it? You've provided no information that enables us to understand how the model actually allocates, because we don't have the market segmentation data.
We've discussed with Jacob the variables involved and, in broad terms, the structure of the model, which is not an unusual thing. It's a commercial model owned by us, and
so it shouldn't be scrutinised at a public
it's not-
inquiry. We
that's
just have to
not the point.
accept its output, do we?
It has a commercial value to us as much as everyone, as it would to anybody else. I mean, I'm not sure many would just open up their models like that.
All right. I'm going to put it this way. If you don't provide us with the data and don't enable us to scrutinise the logic model and the passenger allocation model, the submission I'm going to make is that you have avoided scrutiny of that model, and the weight to be given to it has to be reduced accordingly. Right? I'm going to say that the output of that model has not been verified by anybody external to York Aviation Limited, because it hasn't. Right? That's where I'm going. So you can take that away. I'm requesting formally now, through the inquiry, the provision of that data, and it's entirely up to you whether you provide it to us or not. But we regard it as a very serious matter indeed, very serious. And to suggest, as you have in your proof, that you thought that the matter had effectively gone away when it's set out in the Statement of Common Ground. I mean, that's just not fair or right, is it, Mr. Brass?
Clearly, the Statement of Common Ground raised the point. I agree, yes, it did.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, that's as far as I can take my questions today, so I think that's probably a good time too.
Okay. Thank you both very much. We'll adjourn to 9:30 when we've also got a number of matters to pick up on.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've discussed the arrangements for this evening. Obviously, Mr. Brass is still under cross-examination.
Yes, he is. I mean, there are sort of, I suppose, three things that arise in relation to that. One is, I think we're getting something on fleet mix.
Yes.
Which I ought to be able to discuss with him.
Indeed.
Secondly, he's just been asked about the logic model and taking instructions from the client on whether he's allowed to release that. So he needs to ask the client, I suppose.
I think that's quite reasonable that there's a question directly asked. So, yeah, absolutely.
And thirdly, and this is sort of slightly more tricky, obviously, whereas the council have Mr. Foley and then Mr. Sirat, I have Mr. Brass for both topics, and I've had all sorts of new additional socioeconomic things come in, which at the moment I can't speak to him about.
Yeah.
And whereas I've already spoken to him about the main parts of both Mr. Sirat and Dr. Chapman's evidence, obviously I haven't had a chance to speak to him about the things that have come in very recently, so it would be helpful if I could speak to him about those things.
So I've known Mr. Humphreys the entirety of my time at the bar, and I have no doubt that if he speaks to Mr. Brass about socio-economic matters, it will be about those matters and not about the matters that have been the subject of cross-examination.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
I don't have any difficulty with that whatsoever.
we're in a very odd position, aren't we, in this respect, that the same witness is coming back almost immediately to deal with other matters. I'm quite content with that, Mr. Humphreys.
Thank you.
So we've got fleet mix, the question of the logic model we've just been discussing, and the run-up to the socio-economic evidence.
Yes, and obviously Mr. Brass will have finished in cross-examination tomorrow, so it may be that with the socio-economic stuff, all I need to understand is, look, what broadly is happening, and look, I'll speak to you properly about this when you've finished your evidence, but I just don't know how fast other things are coming on.
That's understood.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all very much for that. We'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.